Sorry. So you can hear me now, right? I was talking so much. So we have only 2 presentations in the third panel because Urban Yaksha dropped out, unfortunately, due to health issues. Actually, health seems to be a significant issue, as our moderator, Cornelia Gagachia, also could not participate and join today's conference because of health reasons. And the panel will be moderated by David Sichinava, CRRC-Georgia's research director. And also one more announcement will be about a roundtable that is coming next week on the 1st of July, and it will be about academic publishing. If you were here yesterday at the conference, we had Professor Blauwelt, Timothy Blauwelt, and he will be leading this roundtable. It will be part of the work in progress sessions that take place every Wednesday. Well, usually it's at CRRC's office, but now it's virtually an online session. And our keynote speaker, Julie George, is joining the July 1st roundtable. So if you are interested in academic publishing issues, where to submit, how to deal with editors, reviewers, and how to promote the published work afterwards, you can either follow CRRC's Facebook page, we will announce the event there, or you can write to me. I think you all have my email, and I will send the necessary details for that.
Do you have preliminary schedule for that?
Sorry?
Do you have some preliminary schedule? What time it will be? It will take place?
Yeah. It will be 6:30 Georgia time on Wednesday, next Wednesday, 1st of July.
Yeah, because yeah, I have other meetings, but I would love to participate, but I'm not sure if it's.
I can actually send out an email to all the conference participants about it, so that you can mark it in your calendars.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Thank you very much. Is it? It will be specifically about publishing on the topic of Caucasus, Southern Caucasus, I would say, or this is more general thing?
This is a more general thing, but since the researchers participating there are mostly, I think, working on the Caucasus issues, maybe they will share their experiences about this specific region.
Okay, thanks.
Now I would like to invite David. Actually, we're in the same office. Okay, David is here to take the floor, and I will be here just in case we need some additional announcements. Thank you, and I wish you a very nice and fruitful conference day.
Mariam, thanks so much. Thanks so much for introducing me. So unfortunately, Professor Gagachia could not join us for health reasons. So yeah, another Mingrelian had to cover him. I just want to assure that everything is kind of okay with him with this emergency. So this panel, actually, I was very much looking forward to this panel. So this panel refers to, it's titled Party Systems, Democratization and Civil Society. Basically, we have 2 excellent presenters here, and one co-author, I hope, is also present in the audience. So as we have 2 presentations, as we have kind of we actually have a little bit more time for questions and maybe reflections. So I very much would like to encourage the audience to kind of be very active and ask questions to our presenters. I just want to thank all the panel participants for being here. I very much appreciates that. And let me introduce our first presentation. It's titled "National Sovereignty with and Without Nationalism: A two-dimensional model to explain the disintegration of federal authoritarian regimes." And this will be presented by Professor Daniel Bochsler, who is affiliated with Central European University in Budapest and also is a full professor at the University of Belgrade. And his co-author, I hope he's also in the audience, is Andreas Juon. He's a doctoral candidate at University College London and also is affiliated with the University of Zurich, as is Professor Bochsler, as far as I know. So, Professor Bochsler, please, floor is yours. So, we are very much looking forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to Tbilisi. I'm glad to have made it there virtually, despite the lockdowns. And let me apologize for, Andreas. To my knowledge, he is defending his dissertation at the University College London today. So I believe that's the reason why he couldn't make it to our panel. And I'm glad to have critical public, because this project is in the very early stages. We are still coding. Some of the cases we are having difficulties accessing a suitable literature which we could use for some of the countries which we would like to cover. So I very much look forward to your comments and questions. And if you have suggestions, you can also send them via the chat, which we have here, an additional tool which we usually wouldn't have at a real world conference. Now, we are interested, and let me speak just in a second about why this strange interest 30 years after. We are interested in the disintegration of communist federations and want to learn more general about the disintegration of federal authoritarian systems. And we are suggesting a new model, which is based on transitology theory, and which is challenging the very widespread belief that actually nationalism is a necessary requirement for disintegration of federal authoritarian states. Why this interest 30 years after the end of communism? Why getting back again to the research question, what has led to the dissolution of communist federal states? Well, on the one hand, when we started to look at this literature, we came to the conclusion that 3 different literatures, if we try to summarize them in broad terms, come to extremely different conclusions and make extremely different statements about that. On the one hand, we have the Sovietology literature, which is very much based on economic processes. Then we have the transitology literature, so scholars who are studying political actors in the context of political transitions, who say that agency is very important. And third, we have the literature on civil conflict, which puts a highlight on the role of nationalism and separatist mobilization. And so the one question which might emerge and to which our paper contributes to is the question whether such ethno-nationalist mobilization or separatist actors are actually needed. And after having studied the dissolution of the 3 communist federations, we would come to the conclusion that maybe it's not that important as many people might believe. Why is that an issue still today? Well, actually, we face a mobilization, we face episodes of liberalization in quite a few federal authoritarian countries around the world. One of them, as you can see on this from this op-ed in foreign policy, is Ethiopia, which is undergoing a process of liberalization, and prominent scholars are actually warning that it might kind of, go the same way as Yugoslavia. Other cases which we could think of would be the mass protests and mobilization which we had before the global pandemic hit in Iraq. I'm thinking of Malaysia, of Sudan, where we have episodes of liberalization. One could even think of Hong Kong not exactly being kind of, a federal part of China, but again, we have a situation of a territorial autonomy and attempts of liberalization. So we have plenty of cases around the world where we could actually, where we need to learn from earlier experiences of political change in federal authoritarian states and the 3 communist federal republics which have integrated the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia are undoubtedly the kind of, most important corner points in this literature to which this literature refers to. So let me briefly kind of, speak about the contribution which has been made by 3 different literatures. So we have the Sovietology literature, or kind of, area studies, kind of, studies of communist regimes, which have important findings, which are primarily kind of, focusing on long-term legacies and on long-term political and economic shifts and mobilization which happened under authoritarian rules. And if we would then look at the elections which have happened 30 years back in Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, and Czechoslovakia, these elections appear only as a very, very minor step in a whole cascade of events which eventually would lead to the escalation of the conflict. But the elections are entirely unimportant as or the political kind of competition which we have along the elections are entirely unimportant. They're just a final step which eventually has led to the dissolution of the 3 federal republics. The transitology literature is a literature which was founded by scholars of Latin America and South Europe, who looked at actors' perspectives on regime transitions and kind of, the role of political elite actors, primarily in unitary states in South Europe and Latin America. But thereafter, after Eastern Europe also kind of, went into this period of political transition, the transitology framework obviously also has been applied to this set of cases. This literature focuses essentially on political change, on the regime change and dissolution. Separatism, independence is at best very peripheral. The one important contribution people would kind of, think of when it comes to the dissolution of the communist federations would be Linz and Stepan's argument that election timing matters. When you hold regional elections first, they shift legitimacy to regional actors. But what they do miss is actually that we have much more variance within kind of, the post-communist world than those 2 authors would recognize. And essentially, kind of, they miss also that elections could be scheduled strategically by actors who have already been in place beforehand. So not completely satisfying answer with regards to the dissolution question from the transitology literature. And third, we have a huge literature on civil conflicts and on the role of federal institutions and political transitions in leading to civil conflicts and eventually to kind of, separatism and to disintegration. And this body of literature tells that political transitions play a central role in explaining the occurrence occurrence of ethnic civil wars. Essentially, they say, when you introduce political competition, when you introduce elections in multi-ethnic places, especially with pre-existing federal institutions, this might lead to ethnopolitical mobilization, to a spiral of radicalization, and eventually to civil wars. So a very important role of political competition, which we do have in this literature. Now, what we if we look, if we compare the three answers which we get from the existing body of literature in comparison, we see that political competition and first elections are crucial in conflict studies, but peripheral for the area specialists. And last but not least, it's agency-based approaches. So the transitology may explain the transition, but has done little efforts to actually also explain the dissolution. And we get very contradictory answers on a question which we were hoping to get more insights from these literatures. So what we have then started to do is we thought about an extension of the transitology model to federations, or to states where we do have multiple levels of governance. The classical transitology model is a model which is speaking of actor constellations and the possibility of allowing for a regular, peaceful transition towards democracy or towards a new a new regime type. And we distinguish actors along this regime dimension. On the one hand, on the very left here, we have the hardline opposition, those who want to stage a revolution and move as fast as possible and as radical as possible without any compromise away from the old regime. And on the other end, we do have the old regime loyalists, or the apparatchiks, who want to remain at status quo, so want, in the case of the communist federations, maintain the communist order. And in the middle ground, we have actors who are more willing to compromise. On the one hand, these are the reformers. So the reformers are from within the regime, people such as Yeltsin or Gorbachev. Yeah, probably rather Gorbachev than Yeltsin. Gorbachev who want to introduce reforms. And on the other hand, we have softliners of the opposition, so of opposition actors who are actually willing to compromise and to get a joint transition process. And these two actors, these two sets of actors would actually be willing to engage in a transition pact and the well organized, allowing for a well-organized transition. So the constellations of actors who we find in power in authoritarian regimes very much determine the outcome of the transition. And if you want to have a stable regular, well-organized, peaceful transition, we need to have a pact between the regime reformers and softliners of the opposition. That's the classical transitology model. Now, what is our extension of the argument? We say that in federal states, we have two or several levels of government which matter. We have the central government, so Moscow or Belgrade or Prague on the one hand, on the top here on my slide. And second, we do have a lower level of governments. These are the republics, or the federal substates, where again we do have governments in place. And in particular, we are interested in the political coherence across these two levels of governments. At both levels, we can have opposition actors who are in power, or we can have reformers who are in power, or we can have old regime loyalists who are in power. And we are arguing that the most dangerous constellation of actors is if we have actors in power at the two levels of government who don't agree on the path of the reforms. So, for instance, at the central level, in the capital, in the federal capital, we have apparatchiks who control the scene, or at least a unclear situation where it's not possible to conduct reforms. Whereas at the level of the sub-states or of the republics, we do have oppositions or reformers in place. Because if we do have such a incoherent political constellation across the two levels of government, we will have a spiral of requests for more autonomy and the possibility for sub-states to conduct their own reforms, the quest for legal sovereignty, which eventually can only lead to a spiral of political conflict between the federal state and the sub-states, and leads to an escalation of the political situation, eventually for the requests for independence. So our suggestion to this literature is, if we really want to understand the stability or the instability of federal authoritarian regime, we need to look at actor constellations across the two levels of governments and the dynamics which can happen this way. So what can we do with it empirically? After all, there is not a lot of variance. All the three communist federations, Czechoslovakia, Soviet Union, and Yugoslavia, have eventually disintegrated. Well, that's only half of the story. The other half of the story is that the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia didn't break down because everybody was deciding at the same time to quit. But there were some republics which quit first and which announced their independence first, and which have afterwards led to a breakdown actually of the federal rule. So these are undoubtedly Croatia and Slovenia were very important for this process in Yugoslavia, later on followed by Macedonia. Whereas in the Soviet Union, these were the Baltic states, this was Armenia, this was then also importantly Russia and Kyrgyzstan, who have, which further on then led to the breakdown of the entire Soviet Union. So we are saying, if we want to understand the breakdown of federal authoritarian regimes, let's look at the role of the republics, when and how they declared and were pushing for independence, and how can we explain that? Because we believe that's more important than just arguing, well, all the three communist federations are gone, so they are inevitably unstable. And this certainly is where we also hope to get useful feedback from this conference, because I understand there must be people around here who know much more about the history of the Soviet Union and probably also of the other communist federations than we do. What we also looked is, we looked at the political positioning of dominant actors in government in these republics. So in the 20 plus something, subnational republics, communist republics. First, we look at the nationalism dimension, and whether we find, actors in place who are pro-independence, or segmental nationalists, or whether they are other on the unionist side who want to preserve the union which we have. Not very surprising are cases such as Belarus, the Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, Kazakhstan, and so on the top left, where we do have unionist actors, pro-union actors, who didn't declare early their independence or kind of, push for this solution. And also not very astonishing are cases such as Croatia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova or Georgia, where we do have nationalist, separatist actors in power who actually were early on pushing for independence. But potentially much more crucial, and these will be our crucial cases for the investigation, are those cases with non-nationalists in power who were nevertheless pushing for independence, such as Kyrgyzstan, Macedonia, or Russia. Our second dimension, which we looked at, is the one which I showed you before, where we look at the regime question, whether they want to change the regime or they want to keep the old communist regime. And again, we have a cell which didn't declare independence or dissolution with all the regime loyalists, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, Serbia, and so on the top left. But then we have a cell where we have reformists at both levels, so they don't well fit with our argument that we can have conflicts across the federal levels. That would be the Czech and the Slovak Republic. But that also might explain why they only went into a delayed transition. However, there is a couple of cases where we had, in our understanding, conflicts between the federal and the sub-state level. In cases such as Croatia, Estonia, Georgia, and so on and so forth, about the path of the reforms. And the most interesting of those, and these are all in this cell, are the ones where these actors were nationalists. So let us look a bit closer at these crucial cases. We have three countries where we could observe, or three sub-national republics where we could observe independence claims, the push for independence, despite the absence actually of national separatist governments. We have Russia first, where we had Yeltsin, who was a reformer, if not even a figure of the opposition, who was confronted by a federal government under Gorbachev, who was immobilized by the apparatchiks. And in the events around the Moscow putsch, that has escalated then this conflict between Yeltsin and Gorbachev, and led to Yeltsin pushing for independence, organizing his referendum and so on. So in very fast paths going towards independence and leading to the breakdown of the Soviet Union. Similar would be the case of Kyrgyzstan, where Akayev was actually very much supporting Gorbachev's reforms. So he wasn't opposed to, he was also on a reform track. He has built a new coalition, which was a bit clientelistic around different clans who had power in Kyrgyzstan. And Kyrgyzstan also declared independence as Gorbachev reform course failed in the Kremlin. Macedonia is not so much of a different case, where we have President Gligorov and his left coalition, who definitely were not separatist nationalists. They even were running in elections wanting to preserve the unity of Yugoslavia, but they became victims of the struggle with Serbia and of the lack of reforms, and therefore also later on pushed for independence. Let me summarize, because I'm well over time. So in contrast to the literature on ethnic conflicts, we would argue that ethno-nationalism is definitely not a necessary condition for the dissolution of federal authoritarian regimes or for conflict. And we would rather extend transitology literature to multi-level states and argue if we have multi-level states, political federations, then political conflicts across federal levels may escalate to independence claims, even in the absence of nationalism. And based on our very, very preliminary analysis, but I'm looking for more insights also from you, this explanation might be empirically stronger than ethno-nationalism. And the next question would then be, do the kind of, the findings which we have from communist regimes also travel to other places such as Ethiopia, Malaysia, or Iran? Thanks a lot for your patience and interest.
Okay. Professor Bochsler, thanks so much for this very interesting presentation. Actually, yeah, I definitely made some notes for myself, and will kind of those notes will definitely help us to kickstart our discussion. Although I don't want to steal any time from our next presenter. Our next presentation is titled "Free and Fair Election Monitoring and Electoral Integrity in Georgia." And our next presenter will be Galina. She's based at, she's a doctoral candidate at Scuola Normale Superiore in Florence. And she's also affiliated with the National Research University Higher School of Economics in Moscow. Dear Galina, floor is yours. Please feel free to start your presentation. We're very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Can you see my my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, just a second. Everything okay. So, well, thank you very much for this opportunity to present. This is the first attempt to present a chapter of my dissertation that has been successfully submitted recently and put 15,000 words in 15 minutes presentation, which was quite challenging, but yeah, I hope I succeeded, and I will be happy to answer your questions and get some input on this. So the puzzle that inspired this topic and the whole dissertation actually was this discrepancy between presence of domestic election monitoring organizations. So the previous speaker spoke about relevance of elections and how important elections are in the whole post-Soviet, post-communist world, and we know from theories that regime legitimacy was actually linked to the elections to a large extent, and of course electoral revolutions are one of these of good examples and empirical proof that in post-Soviet world citizens actually link regime legitimacy with elections and electoral procedures. So some authors claim that in hybrid regimes are particularly instrumental for development of this of the monitoring ecologies. On the one hand, we have certain level of grievances about the quality of elections and how they are conducted. And on the other hand, we have certain political context that allows civil society activism, allows certain life, unlike in autocratic regimes, closed autocracies. Yeah, so the puzzle is what's related to understanding what these NGOs, these organizations are actually doing to stay relevant in hybrid regimes, how they survive, how they operate, what are their strategies. And the big aim, or initial aim of the thesis was to actually see if organizations do actually improve the quality of elections. So quality of elections in Georgia, and this is a varieties of democracy, very fresh data set that actually shows us that elections in Georgia have improved after the Rose Revolution. The quality of elections has improved. They become almost clean and fair, as we label them in democracies, although recent trends show that electoral integrity goes down a little bit. So probably this will give a little bit more work to our domestic observers. So theoretical approaches, not to stretch too much. There are two pillars for my presentation. One is this, of course, civil society studies, and initial claim that civil society in post-communist world is irrelevant, is weak, is not related to the local interests, but largely presents the interests of foreign donors. So the criticism of democracy promotion efforts that actually didn't lead to establishment of democratic regimes in the post-communist world in most of the cases. Of course, there are alternative approaches, and my presentation and the whole approach is sort of an answer to this criticism of weakness and criticism of democracy promotion efforts. And therefore, I rely on the concept of transactional activism, which I explain in the next slide. And then I will also talk a little bit on the second pillar, which is civil society, social movement studies. And from social movement studies, I borrow concepts of resource mobilization and political context, political process model, which help us to determine strategies and understand why certain strategies were chosen by domestic observers. So the transactional activism, the first pillar of my theoretical approach, certain criticism is right, of course. Participatory activism, engagement, participation in volunteering or participation in NGOs is relatively low. It is low in Georgia, it is low in other post-communist countries, and authors like Petrova and Tero, Andrei Cizar, and many others who study civil society in post-communist world in depth, they say that although participatory activism might be weak and political context is disengaged and citizens are not interested in participation, there is different mode of activism, which is called transactional activism, that relies on on ties, on communication, on networks that NGOs build with policymakers, with political parties, power holders, and other institutions. And Cizar stresses this instrumental transactional activism. And so networking, interaction with elites, coalition building around certain policy issues, and organized organizations of civil society. So he studied Czech Republic, and I tried to transmit this theoretical framework from more democratized post-communist world to hybrid regimes of post-Soviet states and see how transactional activism actually realized in countries like Georgia. Indeed, this is Caucasus Barometer because, well, I thought it's relevant and it's a good example to show that transactional activism claims are actually right. This is these are trends in trust in NGOs between 2008 and 2017 in Georgia, and we see that levels of trust among citizens are consistently low, and they're growing, and the highest level is actually indifference. The citizens are largely indifferent to activities of NGOs. So let's try and see what strategies NGOs choose and have to rely on doing their work in the context of such distrust and lack of participation. So the second pillar, as I mentioned, the social movement studies, and we have two classical approaches: the resource mobilization theory. From title, it's clear that it talks about resources, tangible and intangible, as determinants of strategic choices, as well as outcomes and success of mobilization waves. And there is another approach, political opportunities, so the structure of political opportunities, that the environment, the context of operation of NGOs determines their success, determines their strategies, and what type of context we're talking here about, like, for example, openness or closure of political system, propensity for repression. We talk about absence or presence of elite allies, or how stable the set of alignments in political structure. So these two determinants, their resources and political opportunities, will be discussed as after I present strategies of monitoring organizations. So short notice about data and methods. The period under investigation is 2008 to 2016. I conducted my field work in 2017 in beautiful Georgia, and unfortunately we can't join this year. This is a qualitative case study, and there are 4 data sources that I rely on, mostly semi-structured interviews with NGO representatives, reports and documents produced by NGOs that kind of help me to deal with the historical bias, with the memory bias. People are prone to memorizing more recent events, and if we want to go back to 2008, I had to do sort of archival research, of course. Then electoral statistics as a way to check on results of monitoring. So I assumed that monitoring organizations might not notice everything, or they might be biased. So we can't exclude these aspects as well. So that is why I relied on electoral statistics and analysis of electoral forensics with the help of electoral forensics tools to sort of check conclusions of monitoring missions, and of course large amount of secondary data. So a small disclaimer, of course this is a qualitative case study and it's not generalizable, but in my thesis I was trying to compare results of case study, 3 case studies. So I would say results are unique to Georgia, but they can be successfully compared to other case studies of election monitoring ecologies in other hybrid regimes in the post-Soviet state, the post-Soviet area, or maybe somewhere else. The second disclaimer is that I'm focusing on NGOs' views and perception of this sort of cognitive work and their understanding of strategies, of political context, of resources, and my study kind of voices their perspectives. That is why it also somehow yields bias, but on the other hand, this is a qualitative research, and one of its aims is to voice and show understanding of actors, putting actors in the center of research. So which actors we're talking about? Of course, those who live in Georgia, you know all these organizations very well. They're quite prominent, most of them have national coverage. We have ISFET, who is dealing with election monitoring since 90s, early 2000s. And this is the classical electoral monitoring watchdog. Then we have GAILA, one of the oldest organizations, Georgian Young Lawyer Association, who deals with legal aspects and also monitors elections, but from the legal perspective. Transparency International Georgia, which is the largest organization, one of the largest chapters, Transparency International chapters in the world. Of course, it has anti-corruption, transparency focus and monitors elections from that perspective. We have Public Movement Multinational Georgia, PMMG, who focus on monitoring elections in specific regions where minorities reside. And we have Center for Democracy and Development, a smaller NGO that inherited its monitoring mission from the previous organization called NGNI, who disappeared in 2008. And they conduct a smaller monitoring mission focusing on problematic polling stations like those in prisons or hospitals, healthcare systems and stuff like this. So 5 major organizations. I would say that internal strategies is a little bit of a novelty of my study, because transactional activism and strategies of civil society actors, of social movements have been investigated a lot, but not so much as discussed is known about internal aspects of development of these organizations that are involved in transactional activism. And as I have already mentioned, transactional activism is based on cooperation, and main strategies are related to building of these cooperation networks. So from the interviews, it became clear that organizations, they attempt to build a reputation, and reputation becomes their main intangible resource. A reputation of unbiased and independent actors, so to say, above political fight, not involved in any quarrels in any political process, but just monitoring from above. And in so doing, they develop hierarchical structures to collect information, so to say, from bottom up, from different regions. They collect information, and it centers and it comes all in to the core team in Tbilisi, and then it's analyzed and presented in partial and balanced way. So organizations are trying to show that their reports are not there to blame certain actors, certain political actors, but present a coherent and reliable information about political process. So they often use these comparative strategies. They compare and show progress, how political system developed since the last time, and say what has been done and what is still to be done. So hierarchical and balanced information is presented in this impartial and balanced way in reports. And of course, their reports have two audiences. These are domestic organizations, domestic political actors, citizens, but there is also an international audience who gains information on political process from these reports. There is also strong focus on development of professional skills and education and development of employees. Organizations set high standards for observers. Everyone signs the code of conduct, and if code of conduct is breached, this person will never be able to join monitoring missions again. And organizations are highly specialized. As I mentioned, they all have their niches, and they try to work in this specific niche and become very, very professional in this specific aspect of election monitoring. So regarding internal strategies, I conclude that reputation is the main intangible resource used by monitoring NGOs to legitimize their findings, and stress conclusions about quality of elections, but also it helps them to build cooperation, because cooperation is built only between organizations that are not blamed for being partial, partisan, and dependent on certain political actors. So external strategies. According to the law, organizations in Georgia are part of political process, and this certainly sets a problem for organizations. On the one hand, they can be involved in the process. They are normally in countries, there are two parties that are involved in political process. On the one hand, these are voters. On the other hand, these are candidates. In case of Georgia, we have organizations that monitor elections as a third part of the whole electoral process, and they can be involved, they can complain, they can participate, so to say, in monitoring, but also in further development, what happens to the complaint, what happens to in certain precinct, and they do follow-ups. And so, of course, in this legal setting, it's very difficult to present themselves as independent. As I mentioned, this independence and reputation is very important, and organizations solve this in a different way. Some prefer to use complaints as the main tool to influence election quality. Others use complaints sparsely and pretend that they are just distant watchdogs. They do not involve in political process, in electoral process. So there is certain discrepancy between these two. It is used differently by different organizations. All organization representatives confirm that dialogue between NGOs and state officials is going on permanently. It is the strongest and the most important tool to improve elections in Georgia. And of course, advocacy for changes in election laws, for improvements, is another very important tool. advocacy sometimes is done together by domestic NGOs. They join into ad hoc coalitions, but at the same time, NGOs in Georgia are not so good at cooperating with each other. And this was confirmed by all interviewees, that organizations have very strict labor division. So if ISFED monitors and covers all precincts on election day, this is their domain, this is their realm. Then there is Transparency International that focuses on pre-electoral stage, on administrative pressure, on different types of corruption. And then we have, for example, Galina that focuses on complaints and follow-ups of the monitoring results. Very importantly, international coalition building. Organizations rely on the help of foreign donors, but not only in terms of money and not only in terms of funding and support of their missions, but they also often mention that good relations with strong foreign actors like embassies, like foreign governments, strong international organizations, help them to influence the behavior of political actors. So they do not complain directly to political actors that violate election rules. They go and complain to the donors, to foreign organizations, and these organizations can actually influence the behavior of political actors in Georgia. So in a certain way, in a round. And finally, organizations focus on preventive reporting, and this particularly concerns ISFED, who conducts certain types of monitoring events like PVT, the voters count. So they count amount of voters, or they count results before they're announced by Central Electoral Commission, and in certain way this preventive strategy helps to avoid big changes in results that are later announced by the state agencies. And finally, all organizations told that they promote changes and values and changes in culture. They mentioned that a lot of young people are involved and interested in election monitoring, and this is not only about the fact that they get money for this participation in electoral monitoring missions, but also they are interested in training. They're interested in putting these participation monitoring missions in their CVs, and this is a very good kickstart for their careers in NGOs, in maybe even in state sectors. So, but at the same time, this training helps them to get this certain values, to learn certain values, and this is how cultural change happens. So to summarize, resources and internal strategies of organizations. Foreign funding for all NGO activists was treated as a way to stay independent from domestic political interests. So they mentioned that, of course, if there is no funding, there is no mission, there is no monitoring mission happening, and importance of this funding, well, it's crucial for their activity. But at the same time, they cannot take money from any political actor in the country. They cannot take money from businesses. So the only way to support their missions and stay independent from domestic political interests is to get money from foreign donors. But at the same time, this funding decreases, and competition for funding decreases the cooperation between NGOs. In turn, when cooperation is low, the voices of NGOs might not be as strong as they would be together. Then we have external strategies and political context, and political context is a big section of my chapter, of those 15,000 words. But the general conclusion is that from 2008 to 2016, it became more open, more welcoming to civil society activists. A lot of civil society activists after 2012 traveled to the state agencies, but there was also an opposite trend. Some state employees became activists, became part of the organizations. So this welcoming and nice environment helps organizations to establish cooperation, and main cooperation partners are state agencies and foreign donors, as I mentioned, but local NGOs, again, are not as strongly involved in cooperation and presenting themselves together as unified front against this hybrid regime, non-democratic tendencies. Again, another negative consequence of this open political environment, political context, is increase of monitoring of the number of monitoring organizations and spread of the fake observation. This is one of the last slides that I have here for you for today. If you can see that from 2008 to 2016, number of domestic monitoring NGOs increased almost threefold, and amount of observers is almost domestic observers, registered domestic observers is almost 30,000, while international organizations did not experience that increase. The amount even decreases because elections in Georgia are considered to be free and fair, and they attract less international attention. But on the other hand, political parties, they register organizations that it's very easy to register NGO in Georgia, and political parties use this opportunity and register organizations that have similar names to those that I mentioned, ISFED or CDD or Transparency International. And on the election day, they support the certain political actor, and therefore reputation of domestic organizations might be also spoiled. So this is one of the consequences of open and nice political context, welcoming political context. Finally, we have the role of election monitoring organizations aspect, and of course it is difficult to say if there is a difficulty to establishing causal link, particularly when you do a case study research between election monitoring and improvement of election integrity. Activists themselves give very ambivalent answers. On the one hand, they confirm that without monitoring, the situation would be absolutely different. Organizations yield this constant push on the government, constantly control it, loudly protest if some non-democratic trends start appearing. On the other hand, improvement of election quality is impossible without the will of political actors. So it's really unclear how much organizations can do in the field of electoral integrity. In social movement studies, we call this high-profile issues that lying beyond the reach of organizations. And the indirect, and I'm on a more positive side, that I suggest that there is some influence of election monitoring organizations. So election misconduct became really subtle and almost invisible in Georgia. And this can be noted in reports, but also electoral statistics shows that Georgian elections, they correspond to assumptions of clean elections. The data that they produce, they correspond to the assumptions of Gaussian distribution, for example. It's not skewed, it's not dispersed. So misconduct has moved from the blatant fraud on election day to more subtle, less visible methods like paralegal, half-legal means of votes buying or administrative pressure, but again, very subtle administrative pressure, and straightforward manipulations, they have almost disappeared. And this I treat as an indirect sign of impact of election monitoring organizations and a certain level of success in improving electoral integrity in Georgia. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer your questions, and yeah, looking forward to your contributions.
Thanks so much, dear Galina. And first of all, let us congratulate you with the dissertation. Indeed, yeah, it was a very impressive piece of work. And okay, let's just before kind of I also misuse my role as a chair as a chair of this panel and kind of ask my questions. Let's open the floor for discussion. I think Dustin Gilbert had a comment, and Dustin, if you want to be unmuted and just kind of tell us what you think, please just go ahead.
Hi, Galina. Thanks for that really interesting presentation. It's a subject close to my heart, something that I've spent probably too much time thinking about. It seems like it's still, though, there's a bit of nuance lacking in some cases when you discuss it. I mean, with competition for funding, it's really interesting when you're looking at those dynamics. And basically, depending on the year and what money's available, people are racing around to get $5,000 and $20,000 grants from different embassies, depending on whether or not they have money left. And that's a thing, and the competition definitely exists. But at the same time, they're publishing joint statements together, 3 of the 5 groups that you had up there, on a regular basis. And I mean, the other thing is the functional difference that you note between the reports. I mean, I've read the vast majority of reports that have been written about election monitoring reports that have been written since 1992 in Georgia. And I never really picked up on that functional distinction in such a clear way. And so it feels like some sort of empirical showing of it through the actual documents would really support your point. Because just as someone who's read a lot of those, I never really picked up on that, even though it makes sense from those organizational identities for each of them. And so I didn't really have a question, unfortunately. I'm just a terrible person who comments at panels, and so I'm sorry for that, and just wanted to say that.
No, thank you very much for your contribution. And in my thesis, I actually do compare how they approach different topics. And as I said, their functional difference and their reports, they focus on the niche that each organization takes. So if if you open Gaila's report, then you will have all the legal terms and explanations what has exactly what letter of law has been violated. If you go into Transparency International Georgia report, you will read about pre-electoral phase, administrative pressure, how they observed this, so they maybe conclusions are not that different, but they focus on different aspects, and this is very important. And joint statements, indeed, they happen together. They happen quite frequently, like the recent electoral reform. There were a lot of joint statements by these organizations, but this is always an ad hoc cooperation. There is no coalition that helps organization to voice their concerns about election quality. And again, I mentioned this is a comparative study, comparing with other post-Soviet countries where this cooperation happens on a more institutionalized level than in Georgia. In Georgia, there is more of a competition than cooperation. This from my interviews, my data. But thank you for your comments. Valuable.
First of all, I apologize because of my microphone, and I will try to take care of that. is there any question with this to our panel to our presenters? So if not, let the audience just kind of quickly brainstorm for their questions. But
may I ask the question?
Yes, sure.
Just a little bit. I'm using my participation here. I wanted to ask Professor Bochsler about the empirical part of his study and how, like, I mean, transition paradigm is really loved in Russia, and in my former university in HSE, it is taught a lot. But from my conversations with one of the authors of this theory, Professor Schmitter, he tells that his theory failed, and he is very open about that, basically saying that transition paradigm is about transition from autocracy to democracy, and it doesn't explain hybrid regimes, for example. So I like your approach that you're focusing on different actors who decided on how transition will happen, which is, I think, underestimated aspect of this theory. But on the other hand, I would like to understand, what kind of empirical data you plan to rely on, or you have idea on using to kind of prove empirically your great idea about transition paradigm?
Well, thanks for the question. Schmitt, one day he says his theory failed, the other day, he defends it heavily. So I think it needs some refinement. They also didn't think of hybrid regimes, for instance. So if you look at the paths which you get if you don't have a pact, that might very well be a path which is leading to hybrid regimes. So there is always something to add. I don't think that they completely failed, quite to the contrary. Data, actually, we did already a large part of the data collection. What we did, and I wasn't really explicit, or I was extremely short. I've summarized it in 2 words. But the the body of the data collection is that we look at who are the dominant actors. And the dominant actors, we say these are the ones who got elected into the institutions in the first competitive elections in the respective 20+ republics. And we classify them on 3 dimensions, which 2 of which we actually also use. So one is we just look formally how they relate to the regime. Second, so whether they are part of the Communist Party or not. The second, we look at the regime dimension. So we try to figure out from the secondary literature what is the position of different important political parties, especially the ones which are holding seats in parliament and governing power on the reforms. And we find that actually, surprisingly, there is not a lot of within the republic variance in many of the cases. So there seems to be a pattern, not in all the republics, but in many republics, that everybody is for reforms, or everybody is an oppositional, or almost everybody is an oppositional, or that there is just the Communist Party, but it varies a bit. So we lack data on good data on some of the countries. And then the third dimension which we have is the one which is pushed by the conflict literature, and that would be the nationalist dimension. So is somebody for a continuation of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, or Czechoslovakia, or do they want to have some ethnic separatism, or but always based on national grounds, based on the idea that we want to be a stronger Russia, we want to be Georgia should never again be colonized, always based on nationalist grounds. Do we what is our position there?
Okay, thank you. Small comment. I also thought when you were talking about signs of keeping regime or discontinuing the regime type with a former communist. Maybe you can take if communist parties were banned or not banned in certain countries, because in certain countries it happened almost immediately. Other countries had ban on communist regimes, but then on communist parties, but then they restored, like Moldova, for example. So maybe this will be a good measurement, like a dichotomous variable. And like also, maybe we can continue later because I find your project really fascinating. The separatist conflicts, one level down. So for example, in Russia, we had Tatarstan, we had Chechnya. So would you consider those conflicts, or these are just on the level of, on the national level, so to say? Just a small question, but yeah.
Shall David, you tell us when we should interrupt the ping pong, but can you know, we don't want to take all the time for this.
Yeah, I guess
it's actually.
Yeah, sorry, I guess you can have a kind of short remark because we have one more question, and I also had questions, but kind of the audience question is more important. So please go ahead with the. Sorry. So, yeah, please go ahead and kind of answer to Galina's remark if you want.
So very briefly, can you know then the second level? Can you know Tatarstan, Transnistria, and so on? Good question. I would love to take them in. We won't be able, can you know, systematically, because you don't only want that for the cases where the conflict escalated. You want, if you want to do it for methodological reasons, you need to do it for all the cases. And we won't have access to information. I don't know whether anybody has this information, but we won't have access, can you know, to information at the second level. But I'm very much looking forward to somebody taking this further if it would be possible. We have some of our cells, which we can't cover, can you know, if you put the two dimensions together, which we can't cover with the existing cases. I thought these are, can you know, nationalist communists, can you know, all the regime loyalists who are nationalists. And in the written version of the, can you know, not yet existing paper, we have a footnote where we can, you know, for this particular configuration, which actually is quite interesting to really understand what is going on and what exactly can, you know, the hypothesis would be if we tested in different directions. There we would love to relate on the second level, because there you could probably find that Transnistria, for instance, probably can, you know, also Chechnya, but it would probably be a bit complicated to have two levels. That's why we devoted it to a footnote. But if you have more ideas, I'm happy to read, and maybe it will become a new paper. Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask. So now let me. We have our one participant who wants to ask a question to Galina. Raul, could you please speak up? I'm going to unmute you.
Yes, hello. It was very nice, interesting presentation, both of you. Just one question to Galina. So you claim that free and fair elections are the outcome of activities by civil society and election monitoring, but why then do you put question mark? And so I would like to know more about real exact conclusion of your research, of your study.
Okay, thank you for the question. The question mark relates to the quality of elections. So are they actually free and fair? And I showed this fluctuating trend, and yeah, in the chapter I speak a little bit more about it. My conclusion is a bit ambivalent, as I mentioned, that organizations indeed play a certain role in pushing government to conduct elections free and fairly, but at the same time, the incumbents, they use more subtle ways to manipulate elections and skew the playing field, if not win elections completely, but at least skew the playing field in their favor. And this is a constant interaction between organizations and the state and incumbents who are trying to always win. Organizations pursue them, change their strategies, change their observation, the scale of observation, topics that they monitor, and etc. So I wouldn't say that elections became absolutely free and fair, and this is an outcome of monitoring. No, not at all. I'm just saying that there is certain input from organizations, and we can see that from indirect signs, not from the direct causal link between presence of observers and the outcome as free and fair elections, which is also quite doubtful outcome. I hope I answered your question and it wasn't too ambivalent.
Thanks so much. I think we're just on time, and yeah, as I mentioned, so I was definitely really looking forward for this panel, and to be honest, it definitely kind of met. I think it met all the expectations that conference participants, our panel, conference participants and our attendees would have. So it was like two extremely interesting and important presentations. And to be honest, it also kind of left a lot of food for thought, I think, for everyone just starting. I mean, I totally agree with Galina's comment on Professor Bochsler's work, that it could definitely be, you know, like extended on the second level, like this sort of kind of asymmetric unitary republics, such was Georgia, for instance, in the Soviet Union, and some other member states could be like Serbia, also kind of as a part of Yugoslav Socialist Federalist Republic, right? And I mean, of course, I mean, as Georgia represents quite a unique case in terms of kind of election observation and how impactful that could be. I think it's kind of super interesting that Galina also pointed out that their Georgian NGOs actually had some leverage and actually had this kind of international leverage, right? So kind of coming from the hybrid regime theory, that basically what they observe and what they advocate for actually can help kind of international actors, such as, for instance, as it was like UN in the case of mass carry legislation in 2012, or whether it was like 2003 elections and the result outcomes of ISFET's parallel PVT tabulation. Dear participants, thanks so much. It was like super interesting, and I'm very glad to have you all at our panel, despite all these kind of last minute withdrawals. We are having a break, and I'll just pass the word to my colleague Mariam, and she will describe our further steps. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks again to the panel speakers. I'm glad that we definitely made up for the missing presenter in this panel, and I'm happy that the audience got a little bit more engaged, and I encourage them to ask more and more questions in the further sessions. So we go on a 1 hour break now, a lunch break, and we'll be back in about an hour at 2 p.m. Tbilisi time with the next panel, which is on conflicts, nationalism, and state building in the South Caucasus. So please don't go too far, and be back in an hour. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope the break was yummy. And now we have panel 4 on conflict, nationalism, and state building in the South Caucasus. The panel will be moderated by Levan Tsutskiridze, who will introduce himself, and we have 3 presentations in the panel. Unfortunately, one of the presenters from this panel, Samil Miftaliev, dropped out. He also could not participate due to health reasons, and we will have only 3 presentations. But this gives us more time for questions and answers, so please prepare your questions, type them in the chat, or raise your hands or chat me personally, and I will unmute you and you can voice your question. Thank you very much, and Levan, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mariam. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope everyone is doing well in these very unusual times. So congratulations to CRRC for managing to put this conference together online with some very interesting, extremely interesting presentations. The topic that we are going to debate and discuss now is extremely interesting, and I'm also intrigued by the title of it, which puts conflict and nationalism on the one side of the equation and state building in the South Caucasus on the other side. And I think this is a right thing to do, because different societies respond to different circumstances differently. Well, first of all, of course, in the popular mind, in the popular press, the conflict is usually, and perhaps morally rightfully, portrayed as something that destroys the state building project altogether. So that's how the popular perception sees it. But obviously, historically, the interplay of conflict and state building has been a little bit more complicated and nuanced one. It can obviously be the primary cause of the collapse of the statehood. And in many, many cases, this has indeed been the case. However, if we look a bit more widely, perhaps, under a different set of conditions, conflict has served as some sort of a catalyst for state building by pulling together national energies, pulling together efficiencies, economies, etc., etc. So, of course, this is not to advocate some sort of violence altogether, but this is just to give you perhaps a good food for thought and discussion in the forthcoming presentations. Especially in our region, we've seen a whole set of conflicts to which all the 3 nations of the South Caucasus have adapted differently. And it's extremely interesting for me to see where our debate takes us. The second interesting point here is, of course, the nationalism. As with conflict, of course, which is a powerful force in general, nationalism also likewise is very often seen as something that is running counter to the formation of modern states, especially of modern democracies. At the same time, of course, the virtues of civic nationalism are at the roots of many of the more successful states. If we look at, for example, more established, consolidated democracies within the EU and in the Atlantic area in general. So when we fast forward from the French and the Glorious Revolutions onwards, one is left thinking, obviously, of the role that nationalists played in the formation of the states in Europe, and the very different role and the type of nationalism that we often see espoused by ethnically based xenophobic nationalist forces in Georgia for certain, and for sure in the wider region as well. Well, last but not least, both conflict and nationalism affect public opinion. and thereby the formation of identity. Well, they may very well be and are being used and misused to the detriment of a larger peace building and political development projects, and also to the short-term benefits of some particular political parties, forces, or at times governments. But having said that, even in the very imperfect democracies like those of the South Caucasus, public opinion may open up new avenues on the one hand, or it may severely constrain the choices for peace building, reconciliation, state building, and political development in general. So these are just the three general lines to sort of open up the space for the forthcoming presentations. And without further ado, let me just turn to our speakers who will now, in more detail and quite certainly in a more concentrated fashion, will zoom in on our region and will speak about the impact that these powerful forces create on the state building projects in the South Caucasus. So the first speaker on our list is Guranda Bursulaia, who will be talking about the making of the Abkhazian nationalism and of the Cain and Abel dichotomy. So I look forward to the presentation. Guranda, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present you what is the second chapter of my dissertation. I am in the end of my doctoral studies at Free University of Tbilisi, and my research is about Georgian and Abkhaz collective memory about the 1992-1993 war in Abkhazia. In order to be on the same page, I'd like to mention about the terminology. Throughout the presentation, whenever I say Georgia, I refer to Georgia proper, and whenever I say Abkhazia, I refer to Abkhazia proper. And in this presentation, I'll be talking about the development of Abkhazian nationalism, which for me went in two directions. One is what I call ethnographic politics, and the other one is the legacy of the Soviet nationality policies. Of course, I'll be talking about Abkhaz dominant narratives, which shape collective memory and are broadly reflected in the modern or contemporary Abkhazian political setting. Whenever I talk about ethnographic politics, I mean the ethno elements which are very strongly presented in the nationalism discourses, and their main tool of performance is Aizara. Aizara is the Abkhaz word for gathering, and here in the pictures you can see the examples of that kind of meetings, which, if I may introduce here a comparison, it would be something a bit similar to the agora in ancient Greece, when the decision-making process, so the legitimacy of decision-making process or fairness of decision-making process was very much respected if it was based on the physical participation, and this physical participation should be as more as possible. And I think there are some similarity, because Aizara, the idea, the aim of Aizara is to come physically gather together at one usually symbolic place and discuss the issues which are considered to be vital for the nation. Whenever I start discuss about the Abkhaz nationalism, I go back 200 years ago, because Abkhaz nationalism evolved in the beginning around the being against the Russian Empire's policies in Abkhazia. You all know about Mahajer's process. So that was the expulsion of mainly Muslim population from the peripheries of Russian Empire, mostly from the Caucasus to the Ottoman Empire. And Abkhazia suffered from those events vastly, and even in nowadays rhetorics, that is the topic which is very highly discussed, and there is the special commission which works on repatriation of those Muhajirs who were expelled and so on. So the first Aizara, or in a relevant for the modern nationalism in Abkhazia, was held in the second part of the 19th century and was protesting exactly the waves of Muhajir in Abkhazia. Afterwards, during the Soviet Union, this Abkhazian nationalism was targeting what Abkhazian narrative considers as aggressive attempt of Georgianization of Abkhazia. And after the establishment of Soviet rule, starting from 1931, almost in a decade, there was such kind of gathering, mass gathering, appealing, writing letters or protesting against certain decisions about Abkhazia. In the second pictures, you can see one of the most probably important in the history, the Aizara, which was Likhny Aizara, when in 1989, when the rise of nationalism in Abkhazia and also, Georgian and Abkhazian, the rise of Georgian and Abkhazian nationalism was, in its pinnacle. And afterwards, there was probably one of the direct results of that process is the war which happened in the beginning of the 90s. I call that process ethnographic politics. Why? Because usually so there is for the academia is famous ethnic nationalism, which is not the same as this dimension of Abkhazian nationalism, because the ethnic nationalism is was more introduced through the Soviet Union policies, Russian Empire policies, and then Soviet Union policies in the Caucasus. But here in this case particularly, the ethno element, the tradition, the use of traditional symbolism or rituals or practices in the execution of modern understanding of politics, that is the process which is happening in this dimension of Abkhazian nationalism. In the pictures, you can see, for example, the Likhny place, where the village of Likhny, where the one of the the biggest Aizara took place. And on the one picture, you can see the ruins of palace where historically the rulers of Abkhazia were living. On the other pictures, you can see the Christian church, which is also Christianity is also very important aspect in in Abkhazia. But more than Christianity, I would argue, the traditional sanctuaries are more respected. For example, in 1931, when Aizara happened in Duripsh, this gathering all together, they made a manifestation towards the Achandara, where is the sacred place in Abkhaz understanding, and they were put an oath to be loyal to their demands, do not give up, and go till the end until their demands would be fulfilled. So that pan-national expression of will, which is very much consists of very clearly and articulated traditional elements, is considered to be the biggest source of legitimacy and validation whenever it is applied in the modern political settings as well. So that's kind of a national project which has to be discussed together and only together. Another dimension of Abkhaz nationalism is related to the model of patron-client model, which was introduced by the Soviet power, especially with Koranization processes, when in order to receive the benefits from the center, some priorities, the territory had to be defined very clearly by its ethnic composition, and to prove that they deserve the cultural cultural self-determination or autonomies, and in the back then, the leader of Abkhazia, Nestor Lakoba, who was an advocate for the Bolshevik power establishment in Abkhazia, he understood very well the situation, how it works, because also it's another famous comparison that in Soviet Union, the composition of the the states or autonomous entity units are considered to be like a Russian dolls or a matryoshka, when the smaller doll is in the bigger doll, and it continues like this. So this model of having a center which provides subsidies, provides some financial support, protection, but on the other hand they expect, and this smaller unit is ready to be loyal, and implement without any problems the policies which are initiated from the center. And through in the beginning, in the first 10 years of Soviet rule, the Abkhaz nationalist considers to be the small island of peaceful and balanced life, because the narrative talks about some developments and certain type of freedom that they had, but there are some scholars also who refer to this period as a personal regime, because Nestor Lakoba himself, he was a good friend of Stalin because they were studying together in seminary, but after 10 years the relationship between them had worsened, and after that in Abkhazia the processes went in another direction, the Abkhaz nationalism considers that because of in the 31, the downgrade of the status of Abkhazia to the autonomous republic within the Georgia, and the narrative considers that the direct result of Stalin being Georgian and his will to Georgianize Abkhazia, and but there are of course alternative opinions about that. In all, the Abkhaz nationalism narrative perceives that the deeds or the events which were happening in the 30s and 40s when Stalin was in the power in Moscow, that it was an ethno-demolishing character to Abkhazia, and the narrative talks about Great Terror, which was a repression under the Stalin pretty much everywhere in the Soviet Union, but particularly in Abkhazia, it's considered to be as a direct outcome of Georgian chauvinism and imperialism, because the main executors of this terror were Stalin and Beria, who were ethnically Georgians. So in Abkhazia, it's emphasized that this cleansing of people and harm which happened in Abkhazia at that time was exactly because of Georgians were in the power in the Soviet Union. Then there is also discussion about the attempt of Georgianization of Abkhazia, or shall it be through language, when there was introduced the Georgian alphabet instead of Cyrillic and Latin for the Abkhaz language, or on some point there was a ban of Abkhaz language at schools. Then the Abkhaz narrative is talking about what they call Beria's project, which meant the resettlements of ethnic Georgians from different parts of Georgia to Abkhazia, then Georgianization of Abkhaz last names, and writing in the passports the inhabitants of Abkhaz villages as Georgians. So the narrative is vastly discussing this, that it presents nowadays it as a Georgian nationalism so Georgian nationalism aiming to destroy Abkhazia and Abkhaz, and that's why that events happened. But after Stalin's death, the situation has changed again, and patron-client relationships were established again. And in this case, the Georgians were protesting and saying that, that kind of priorities could be very harmful for certain things. And in the 19th, of course, the rise of nationalism from Georgian and Abkhaz side was clearly articulating that position. So why I'm discussing today about those two dimensions of Abkhaz nationalism, that's because in contemporary political setting, it's also very much visible and it's voiced. So on the one side, politicians, social figures, people who appear on TV discussions, or who voice their opinion about some social political events going on in Abkhazia. There is in their rhetoric very often the call or need for Aizara, which is again pan-national meeting. There is, and you can see on the pictures that this is the one of the last Aizaras happened in the Abkhazia. So it means that this kind of practice is still, taking place. On the other hand, some, politicians, and especially very famous politicians, they are appealing to Abkhaz soul, Abkhaz mentality, importance to stay closer to the roots, to the origins, to practice that wisdom that, ancestors gave to Abkhazia. There is mentioning of Apsuara, which is a ethic moral code of Abkhaz. So there is our emphasis on living with the traditional norms and bringing actually importing the ethno symbols and ethno practices, rituals, traditions to the modern politics. That could be also be in a visual sense, for example, coming to the TV studio with the national costume, or some other dimensions. But on the other hand, there is another dimension of Abkhaz nationalism also very much present and visible, which is patron-client relationship, and that is visible in the rhetoric towards the Russian Federation. And clearly there is this line of being used for so many years to have a center as a as the center which would protect the nation, which would give some financial support, which would give some other kind of support. And there is expectation from this center to be there is the view that this center is strategic partner, is very important to consider its opinion and its policies. And on the other hand, there is a kind of there is the readiness to stay loyal, to stay and to do not object the implementation of the policies or vision which are coming from the center. So that kind of a relationship of center periphery or patron client is still very much in action in contemporary Abkhaz political narrative. Thank you so much for listening and participating, and I'm looking forward to your questions. I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Guranda, for a very interesting presentation. Levan has wrote to me that he had some technical issues. He could not hear you, so I asked him to leave the meeting, and okay, he's back now. Great. Levan, then you can continue.
Yes, apologies. I had some issues with audio and video unexpectedly, but I was able to partly listen in through the YouTube channel, so I didn't miss it altogether. But apologies for that. But things are just beyond my control here sometimes. Well, thank you, Guranda, very much. I look forward to the Q&A part later on, especially that we have a bit of extra time here. The next in line is David Sichinava on public opinion on conflict resolution in Georgia. Dear David, to me at least, public opinion on conflict resolution in Georgia usually seemed very, very rigid, very constrained and one-dimensional. Little openings, little flexibility, little creativity. That's perhaps something to speak about more on the side of decision makers and policy makers rather than the public. But it's extremely interesting to see what you have in that regard for us. So, floor is yours, please.
Dear Levan, thanks so much for introducing me and the previous and let me thank you, previous presenter, to provide a kind of very interesting overview of for the basically preparing a very good contextual review for my presentation. Basically, while the previous presentation was, kind of more theory-driven, kind of a rigorous academic work. So this is my presentation would be a kind of general overview of public opinion. So with a lesser extent focusing on, focusing on the kind of reasons and theoretical explanations of public opinion. So basically, this is a presentation of an article that I prepared for Caucasus Analytical Digest, and it will be hopefully published pretty soon. How far is too far? I'm asking this with regard to public opinion and conflict resolution in Georgia. Basically, this looks at the peace process, how Georgian society is actually, to what extent it's ready for concessions, ready for basically new understanding of the conflict. So I'm going to, and which representatives of which groups are more or less likely to be open to new ideas. So first, I'm going to quickly summarize my research questions and talk about the data and methodology. I will do a kind of short background review of public opinion by discussing the salience of the issue of territorial integrity and how these opinions towards the resolution had changed over time. I'm going to quickly outline the kind of key models that have been suggested so far. I think that many of the attendees also know that. And next, I will be talking about the kind of what are the predicting factors for support for particular conflict resolution models, and who is also ready for compromise. I guess that's the key part of this presentation. First, I'm asking whether Georgians are ready for concession to breakaway regions, if this leads to conflict resolution. Next, I'm asking whether who is open to a compromise, and finally, how do contextual factors matter? So my background is in human geography, and human geographers always love asking these contextual questions. Basically, they try to perceive, kind of to explain these particular patterns based on these complex interrelations that exist that are tied to a particular location. All right. Data is relatively, for the contextual review, is a little bit fragmented and scant. So I'm basing my argument on data sources from IRI Baltic surveys from 2003-2009, and also in the ICRC surveys on national issues, that is to measure how salient these conflict resolution things are for Georgians. And the main analysis is based on two waves of Caucasus CRRC Caucasus Barometer, 2013 and 2019 waves, and I'm looking at those data sets on the models of conflict resolution. I'm using survey microdata from 2019, and I'm predicting the support for different. I'm bringing two types of regression models. One set of models predicts support for a particular mode of conflict resolution, whether, let's say, Abkhazia and South Ossetia form a part of Georgia, but with higher degree of autonomy, having a confederation, having them as independent states. And second sets of models is a kind of this artificial scale of concessions, right? How open people are to various types, to what degree people are open to various types of conflict resolution. Again, as Guranda mentioned, the same caveat on lingo is also applies here. So when I say Abkhazia or South Ossetia, these are the whatever Georgia considers the breakaway regions, and Georgia, it's kind of basically Georgia proper, territories under Tbilisi control, as they say. So I'm predicting these variables using various socio-demographical characteristics, contextual factors, that is distance from Abkhazia and South Ossetia ideal. And I'm running bunch of different regression models that predict support for for particular model. So first of all, how do Georgians feel about the salience of the problem? It seems that public opinion shows that territorial integrity, that is related indeed with conflict resolution, it's a salient issue for Georgians starting from 2009 when CRRC started to track public opinion. It has always popped up in top 4 to 5 issues, although the degree has diminished. While in 2009, in the first wave, almost half of the Georgians named territorial integrity as a top national issue. It declined by at least 20 percentage points. And in late 2019, in mid-June 2019, we had only 29% of Georgians saying that it's the top national issue facing Georgia. Before we go to the supportive models of conflict resolution, we have to basically briefly summarize what these models are. And I'm using an excellent review by the center, prepared by the Center of Conflict Resolution and by International Center for Conflict Resolution and Negotiation, ICCN, that actually tracked all the models that have been presented so far, starting from early 1990s. So just brief overview is that basically some of these models envisaged division of power between Georgia and its breakaway regions, be it federalization, higher degree of autonomy, so-called asymmetrically unitary kind of Georgia, and well, Abkhazia maybe and South Ossetia also having some kind of higher degree of autonomy. Many kind of proposals, of course, were without no special status. These regions have no special status, supported by kind of more substantiated by more nationalist understanding, like a mythical understanding of the conflict and kind of people living there not being kind of autochthonous population. And of course, I mean, the one that was more salient for the breakaway regions themselves, of course, was independence. And to a certain extent, that actually happened after 2008. And that was a watershed moment when basically all the talks on future status of Abkhazia and South Ossetia had become kind of virtually impossible, as Tom de Waal would say. So that being said, the opinions of elites and experts, of course, are an important part of the discourse, although relatively less is known about Georgians' attitudes towards conflict resolution. I'm not talking even kind of the opinions across the ADL, where doing surveys is a little bit challenging endeavor. So what do Georgians perceive as compromise? Right? I'm looking in terms of historical data. I'm looking at the IRI surveys since 2003 and 2009. IRI started tracking these opinions about different modes of conflict resolution, whether these regions need to be, let's say, ordinary regions of Georgia with no autonomy, autonomies of Georgian states, autonomies of Russian Federation, independent states, or no. Importantly, that definitely misses the midpoint, right? So it's when we speak about confederation had used to be kind of an important discussion point for elites, but it's missing from the survey. The main pattern that we can see here is that support for, let's say, autonomous status, asymmetric territorial structure of Georgia had declined since right after Rose Revolution. So in 2003, almost half of the population would say that they would support Abkhazia and South Ossetia being autonomies, and then this support declined quite dramatically. While the proportion of those who supported a direct incorporation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia inside Georgia, it increased by 11 percentage points during these 6 years. Although, of course, this, I mean, we can't really kind of directly compare these data and the following data from the Caucasus Barometer. but it still gives us, some understanding how Georgian public has shifted in terms of understanding political situation. Unfortunately, we have not asked about South Ossetia in 2013, but survey data from 2013 and 2019 show quite an interesting distinction. So the CB, the Caucasus Barometer results show that Georgians are more inclined to support solutions that preserve territorial integrity. That is kind of in the framework of current de facto situation, although with comparison with 2013 data, one change that occurred in 2019 is that support for establishing a confederacy between Georgia and Abkhazia has shifted dramatically. In 2013, almost half of the population would say that would never accept that, while only 32% said that in 2019. And also dramatically, almost twice increased the proportion of those who would accept this in certain situations, and also twice increased the proportion of those who would definitely accept Abkhazia being part of some confederation. I'll talk about the limitations a little bit later. So let's talk who supports what model. This actually comes from the regression analysis of survey data. So basically I discussed only 4 models: independence, confederacy, autonomy, and no status whatsoever. And I'm predicting the support for each of these models for Abkhazia separately and South Ossetia separately, using demographic characteristics of respondents and also contextual factors and political affiliation. So when we talk about the support for independence, of course, that's not surprising that the support has a very, very low kind of support for independence is very low among Georgians. That's kind of tiny proportion of the country's population, although there are some differences. People, Tbilisi residents are a little bit more likely to accept Abkhazia's independence. That's about 11% chance, so I'm talking about predicted probabilities here. Ethnic minorities are also a little bit more likely to support Abkhazia's independence, 15% chance, and people who reside in the close vicinity of Abkhazia-ABL boundary line are a little bit more likely to support its independence rather than communities that are a little bit far away. But I'm talking about quite a small differences here. So the empty areas mean that these kind of variables are not kind of statistically significant in this context. When it comes to the confederacy, here we have more interesting situation. So Tbilisi respondents again are a bit more likely to support confederacy, both between Abkhazia, about 66%, and South Ossetia. Ethnic Georgians are a little bit less likely to support confederacy of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. While ethnic minorities have a kind of opposite view on this, people in Tbilisi are also more likely to support the confederate agreement between Georgia and its peripheral regions, and also kind of people with kind of more education, more education, are also more likely to support confederacy. That's also an important pattern. Finally, here I guess it's the only thing that's kind of party affiliation predicts in Georgia is that a little bit supporters of liberal parties. I mean, liberal is a very vague term here, like the supporters of UNM, European Georgia, and other kind of more Western-leaning political parties. There are a little bit higher chances of supporting confederacy between Abkhazia and Georgia. When it comes to these regions having a high degree of autonomies within Georgia, again, minorities and Tbilisians are also more likely to support this. So these groups are a little bit more likely to support all types of conflict resolution scenarios. And when it comes to the no status, or well, here as well as we have like relativists, kind of people who have kind of relatively less education, they are more likely to say that South Ossetia shouldn't have any special status within Georgia, would agree to that. And all the respondents also would be a bit more likely to think in that way. So, and finally, who is ready for a compromise? To see that, I constructed an index of concessions, let's say, that range from 1 to 4. 4 means that the person would agree that Abkhazia would or South Ossetia, we have 2 different indices, they would accept that it would be an independent nation. 3 actually means that they name that they actually agreed that Abkhazia or South Ossetia would have kind of some confederacy with Georgia. 2 means that Abkhazia and South Ossetia would have certain autonomy, and 1 means that it's basically the lowest value, and means that they say that they only agree on these regions being part of Georgia proper with no autonomy. So basically, it's 1 to 4. 4 means the highest kind of openness to concessions. I excluded the non-responses here, that is, don't know, refuse to answers, and doesn't matters. So, as we can see here, we have the following pattern. Who is ready for a compromise? If we look at all these patterns, I mean, I'm briefly summarizing this here, is that Tbilisi residents are a little bit more open to a compromise than people living outside the capital city. And this refers to both Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Distance from the conflict region also has an opposite effect. Respondents who live closer to Abkhazia are more likely to be open to concessions, while people who are living close to South Ossetia are the opposite. They would oppose any kind of concessions to independence. And finally, younger Georgians are a little bit more likely to be open to compromises, although these effects are significant only in the case of South Ossetian conflict. So, just quickly to summarize, as territorial integrity has lost some of its salience, Georgians still consider alternative methods of conflict resolution. There are red lines, no independence, it's very unpopular. Tbilisians and younger people are a bit more open to different modes of conflict resolution, while those who living closer to Abkhazian ideal are more likely to support compromise, and those who are living closer to South Ossetia are least likely to support these concessions. That is, I guess, likely outcome of fresh memories of violence and ongoing borderization, more active borderization. And of course, we have limitations here. There's a different wording in these surveys. No variable measures IDP status, only we have a proxy with the distance. And also it's, of course, that the problem that people may not correctly understand what each model means. Thanks, and I hopefully didn't go too far. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Extremely interesting. I look forward again, like with the previous presentation, to the Q&A part. And I hope policymakers on both sides of the divide, or I'd wish for, be reading more of the research and surveys like that. So thanks for that. Now, the next 2 speakers, a joint presentation of Rauf Garagozov and Rana Gadirova, they speak about a very interesting interplay and between varying narratives, historical memories, politics, and identity. around the issues of the conflict in the South Caucasus. Obviously, all the participants of those conflicts have experienced it differently. There are many perspectives, many historical experiences, but one thing is certain, that those things do influence how societies perceive themselves as a group that has distinct identity. So I wonder how that has been evolving, how that has been changing over time, and how the different societies have experienced that. So I look forward to this presentation. So the floor is yours. And then as the next speaker is no longer joining the conversation, we can open up the debate and the conversation. So please.
Okay, thank you, Levan, for introduction. I hope everybody hear me. Okay, let me start. So the topic, the title of this presentation is rather big, and because of time limits, I would be concentrated on just some elements of this interplay between narratives, memory, and identity and politics. And so let me start with the first. I would like to start with the question: how easy is it to fuel intergroup conflict? If to take into account social, biocognitive, and neurological underpinnings of intergroup conflict dynamics, the answer would be it's pretty much easy. It is even easier than one can imagine. I refer here to minimal group paradigm, as it is called by social psychologists, and some data from neuroscience and evolutionary psychology. Minimal group paradigm means that it is the most minimal group condition where in which individuals unfamiliar to each other randomly assigned to groups on trivial basis, like arbitrarily chosen categories, a red team and blue team, research in this minimal group paradigm shows that even minimal group paradigm condition is enough to generate intergroup discrimination, like favoring the in-group and derogation of the out-group, or for greater empathy for in-group members than for out-group members who are socially rejected. So in short, negative attitudes between groups can arise without any competition and without any real or imaginary conflicts of interests, without any reason indeed. Data from relatively recently arose disciplines like evolutionary psychology and cognitive neuroscience shows that cognitive systems of human mind automatically, without conscious efforts, are tuned to create groups and coalitions competing with each other. And group categories are tacitly construed as coalitions striving to achieve goals against other alliances. The risk of a large-scale beta conflict is particularly high when groups and coalitions are made along ethnic or national lines. And if groups are equipped with particular types of narratives of hatred and particular types of memories that remind group members about real or imagined humiliation and troubled past relations, then there is a little prospect for good intergroup relations. And so we cannot change the automatic settings of our cognitive, biological, or neurological mechanisms. We cannot cancel the social irregularities of group processes like out-group derogation or in-group favoritism. We cannot kill our social identity. We cannot free just awareness about the group identity's harmful dark side, as some thinkers suggest. So we have one of the options we have, actually, it's a narrative. The category of narrative is a complex category, and I have no time here to go into details. It's enough to say that two actually make important points: that human mind, self, identity, memory, they are all narrative-like constructions, because narrative has temporal dimension, and we cannot get access to mind, we cannot get access to self, identity, and memory without applying or without employing some sort of narrative. And in more general statement, the social realities are organized and maintained through narratives. Actually, while social scientists use the notion of narrative as a tool for understanding social life, scholars of conflict resolution and peace have recently begun to analyze its potential for peace and reconciliation, and relatively recently emerged narrative approach to conflict suggests to consider conflicts as competing stories, and conflict transformation as a transformation of competing stories towards their convergence into a common or shared one. And because if we have achieved a common narrative that provides a shared and internally consistent vision of the past, present, and future, this is an important precondition for civil peace. I tried to apply some premises, some ideas from the narrative approach to conflict to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh. And if we look into narrative dimension of this conflict, we can see that both parties developed conflicting historical accounts regarding, starting from the Karabakh ancient history and up to the recent events happened in the Karabakh conflict in 1988, in 1994, and also one important characteristics of these narratives that Armenian and Azerbaijani narratives on Karabakh conflict are sealed or closed narratives. There is no any communication between these. There's no any kind of dialogue. They're just mirror contrasting each other narratives, types of narratives. So proceeding from narrative approach to conflict, I developed actually the model of narrative transformation, model of progressive narrative transformations. The idea is to make some changes to original narratives that we have found in Armenian and Azerbaijani accounts, and these transformations would bring them a little bit closer to each other. Then on the next stage, we can do another cycle of changes that transform the previous narratives into a more close to each other narratives. So this is the main idea. And the question for my research, which I'm going to talk here today, is what kinds of narratives are conducive to reconciliation between adversaries, which strategies for dealing with narratives are effective, and what are the psychological mechanisms underlying social attitude change via narrative reconstruction. Because of time limits, again, perhaps I will be concentrated on the first two questions, but if I have time, I will say something about psychological mechanisms as well. So we have constructed actually 4 types of narratives: experimental narratives, narrative 1, common suffering, common cultural traits, blaming third party, and apology. Narrative 1 says that Armenian-Azerbaijani Nagorno-Karabakh conflict creates enormous hardships for both peoples. Tens of thousands of people from both sides lost their lives or became disabled. Hundreds of thousands became refugees, displaced persons, lost all their property. The given below photos of aged Armenian woman who lost her house and clothes, and young Azerbaijani woman with child who lost her clothes, home, and all property are clear examples for said above. Narrative 2, common cultural traits, said that in spite of the Armenian-Azerbaijani Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, there are a lot of common things between Armenians and Azerbaijanis, including traditions, cuisine, music, family relations, and daily lives. Both peoples have many common features that differ them from other nations. That's why Azerbaijanis and Armenians often got intermarried in period before conflict started. Narrative 3, blaming third party, in this case Russians. So many people believe that the Armenian-Azerbaijan Nagorno-Karabakh conflict started and is still not resolved because Russia had interest in seeing conflict in the Caucasus. And finally, narrative 4, apology. This is a text taken from Georgi Vanyan, Armenian human rights activist statement, who said that I feel a sense of shame for suffering caused to tens of thousands of people, to the Karabakh war victims, their relatives and friends, all who have experienced hardships and loss. I feel guilty about not being able to prevent a flare-up of the conflict that brought death and suffering to tens of thousands of civilians in Azerbaijan. I feel guilty about not being able to do anything to prevent this conflict. I must admit that since the inception of the conflict, Azerbaijani people have experienced many hardships and injustice. And on behalf of my people, I apologize for all this. So, almost 1,000 Azerbaijani respondents, including 551 IDPs and 445 non-IDPs, men and women from 18 to 73, were exposed to reading one of these 4 types of experimental narratives in 2 narrative conditions. We have focus groups or individual readings. And we have measured, after they read the text, we measured their mood, stereotypes, and explicit attitudes in groups and individual sessions. Then we measured implicit attitudes in individual sessions and also implicit stereotypes and empathy in individual sessions, trying to understand the effects of these narratives upon these on emotions and attitudes of Azerbaijani respondents. We also use direct, explicit, and indirect measures. So they're defined here as direct measures, assessment of intergroup attitude by asking people to provide information on their current attitudes, decisions, and emotions, and indirect measures, assessment of intergroup attitudes using techniques that A, do not explicitly refer to the process in the question itself, and hence B, do not make the strong assumption that people have accurate introspective access to their own mental processes. And another important category is social priming. It has a long history in social psychology, but it's enough to say here that this exposure to socially relevant stimuli that can facilitate or prime a host of impressions, judgments, goals, and actions, often even outside of people's intentions or awareness. So I have no time to go into details of the experiment, just I jump to the results, some results of the study. So in this slide, we can see the results of measuring explicit attitudes that were measured by asking social distance questions, like how would you feel to have Armenian neighbors? And answers will be from 1 to 5. So with not at all 5. So we can see from left file figure, that almost there is no any essential change in social distancing under all types of narrative treatment in IDPs and in non-IDPs, and actually IDPs a little bit higher on social distance towards Armenians and non-IDPs. On the right figure, we see the results of implicit measurement or implicit attitudes, which were measured through employing a special computer superlab program, providing a sequential priming. And the prime was the photo of, at that time, Armenian President Serge Sargsyan. And in this figure, lower numbers indicate to more negative attitudes towards Sargsyan. And what is interesting that under common suffering type of suffering, we can see a positive change of attitudes among IDPs. This was really an unexpected result, because nobody would expect to have that IDPs would have any positive sentiments towards someone like Sargsyan, who was one of the active figures in Khojaly massacre in Nagorno-Karabakh, one of the most bloodshed events in this Nagorno-Karabakh war. So But in order to understand this result, we need to go further. Oops. And so the question would be why IDP participants in common suffering narrative condition had positive implicit attitudes towards Sargsyan. And actually some ideas developed within cognitive studies and common in-group identity model, along with narrative approach to conflict, provide us with some insights regarding this question. For instance, we know that from cognitive science, we know that explicit attitudes and implicit have different cognitive mechanisms. Like explicit attitudes are based on a relatively higher level of cognitive processing, logical, verbal, and symbolic representations, while implicit attitudes is a memorial structure that follows the basic principles of similarity and paired associations across time, and that's because of these characteristics. Implicit attitudes are more susceptible to priming manipulations. And priming manipulations actually alter the accessibility of associations related to an attitude object, and may also change the standards used for category membership. For instance, it's well-known experiments with white Americans and black Americans. If we measure their attitudes to each other before priming, perhaps the result will be not very positive, but after priming them with the category of common American identity, we definitely get results indicating to more positive attitudes between representatives of these two groups. So the common in-group identity model postulates that recategorization to a common in-group identity can lead to attitude shifts and increase empathy toward the out-group whose members were included in the common in-group identity. So, and back to our experiments, if you remember, we had double priming in our experiments. We had priming with common suffering narrative type, and then we have priming with an image of Sargsyan. All these theoretical premises suggest that we were able to via priming with common in-group with common suffering narrative to induce a common in-group victim identity among the IDPs. So IDPs who would have this common in-group victim identity, that would include not only those aspects of the image of Sargsyan that are associated with a bitter enemy, but also with suffering of Armenians from the conflict. So they created this common in-group victim identity that perhaps would be the factor influencing the positive attitude shifts in our experience with implicit attitudes. And also some research in a narrative approach to conflict also indicates that narrative of suffering is a way to create so-called liminal space. It's a liminal space where people are marginal, inferior, and set apart from existing structures. And this is the place where they can unhing their old previous identities, and in order to speak about themselves and about their enemies with a new language and a new attitudes. Anyway, now here some results from our study on measuring affect, emotions, and empathy. Again, here on the...
And let's be mindful of the time, and maybe we can use 2 or 3 minutes to round it up, to leave the space for the debate questions, please.
Okay, I'm finishing 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. So here on this figure, we can see negative affect figure. And so we measured the level of negative affect, and we can see that all types of narratives, almost all increase the negative affect among IDPs and non-IDPs, especially but in focus groups. And here on the empathy figure, we can see that when we measured change of empathy level, we can see that there is a significant change in empathy level among women IDPs on the priming with a common suffering type of narrative. So negative affect, just explain, is a negative mood, feelings of emotional distress, anxiety, sadness, fear, anger, guilt, and shame, irritability, and other unpleasant emotions. And empathy is a particular set of congruent vicarious emotions that are more other focus and self-focus, including feelings of sympathy, compassion, tenderness, and the like. So, and so results, we get that all types of narrative, especially common suffering, increase the level of empathy and increase the level of negative affect. And also, we can get empathy that, and finally, last statement that what was the most important finding in our research, that people can simultaneously hold different positive, implicit, and negative explicit attitudes about the same object, even if it's an adversary, and negative affect and empathy about the same object, even if it is an adversary. So I think this is very important and might have more important implications for future strategies, because common suffering type of narrative can be considered as a tool for generating positive developments in individuals and groups involved in similar conflicts, and presenting common suffering narrative types on a larger scale and on a regular basis via the mass media, schools, and peace workshops would strengthen the peaceful potential of the human beings. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, Leon. Yeah, I finished.
Thank you, Rauf. Thank you very much. Apologies for reminding the participants of the time, but I do want to keep it in time also for questions. I think there were a few questions coming in. The one question I saw in the group chat, although I believe other questions asked on other platforms will be copied here, was to David, and that was from Hegine, on the expectation of what it means, what the findings of the research, which David, you presented, may mean for actual politics. So would you take up on that?
Leon, thanks so much, and thanks so much to Heine for pointing this out. I think this is very complicated, because we have to consider the situation, first of all, situation on the ground. Secondly, the situation among the political elites, how political elites actually feel about the conflict resolution. And thirdly, how they actually perceive the essence of this conflict, right? What we can observe, basically, starting from mid-2000s, and especially after 2008, is that it's this shift, kind of paradigm shift about on the understanding of of conflicts in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, right? So it's basically it's the introduction of this new kind of narrative about the about these territories being occupied by Russia, which basically, I mean, that sort of, you know, could be understood, kind of, that is, could be kind of perceived in the society as well. But I think that this paradigm shift actually pretty much limits the extent to which, let's say, Georgian side can actually interact or suggest or implement its policies to for, let's say, reconciliation or further steps in conflict resolution. I think, I mean, indeed, the elephant is in the room. Of course, it's Russia definitely is an elephant in the room that definitely limits the extent to which the Abkhaz and the South Ossetian and Georgian sides can operate, and the degrees of freedom. Let's call it in this way. Although, I mean, the narrative shift from Georgian side is also pretty important. That actually sort of limits the kind of extent to which these policies can be applied in this situation. But on the other hand, this newly emerged evidence actually could help to certainly kind of rethink this policy, at least kickstart the discussion on this. So therefore, we very much hope that could have an impact So yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you, David. And the same question actually to Rauf, what it means in practice for the politicians, policymakers on the ground. What does your research show and tell them?
Yeah, actually, the main idea that comes from this research is that so we can see that and in previous presentation with David, we can see that public opinion is resistant, is a conservative power, especially in times of conflict, ongoing conflict, as we have, for instance, in the Caucasus, in Azerbaijan, and in Georgia, and we also, in some society, we can see that people are under a strong social pressure to express and also under strong nationalistic narratives, and have strong negative stereotypes and attitudes. But even in this situation, we can see the malleability of the attitudes. We can see that, even if we have strong collective memories, national as a very important national power that creates this negative attitude towards between ethnic groups, we can see the way how to go out of this situation when there is strong nationalistic narratives, national propaganda, and negative memories of war as well. Because we have this data with IDPs, who are actually the most suffering group, who lost everything. But even in this case, we actually found narratives that could change, even if implicitly, maybe not for a long period of time, maybe for a short period of time. We can change. They change the attitudes towards towards adversary, for example. So the idea is that if we develop these strategies based on developing this type of narratives, maybe with more. This was only small. This was only narrative with 5 or 6 sentences and 2 photographs of Armenian and Azerbaijani women. But if we will be able to develop more developed narratives with plots, with particular types of heroes, endings, that could be able to evoke these models of common in-group identities. Perhaps we'll be able to go further in this deadly stancing against each other. So the lesson for politicians or political scientists and other strategists is to develop, starting from these types of narrative, to develop further and to think how we can develop and disseminate this type of narrative among our audience. That's in short. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Rauf. If there are no other questions, I will use a bit the privilege of the moderator to ask 2 questions. One perhaps to David. David, you showed us how the residents of Georgia living in a close proximity to the line of occupation near Abkhazia seem to be more open to some sort of a wider compromise, right? If that's the correct information that I got from the presentation, correct me if I'm wrong. So how would you explain that? Is this because they are the people who directly experience the hardships of division, that want to find some kind of solutions, whereas maybe some other people who are less so, they are maybe less inclined to be more accommodating of a bigger compromise? That's one question to you, David. And then to Rauf again, your approach, your model of converging narratives was very interesting to me. And from the political perspective, we've seen the presidents of the two countries meeting each other multiple times, especially after the big changes that swept Armenia recently. And there was this increase, this elevated talk about preparing populations for peace. Do you see this as something echoing this principle of converging narratives? And most importantly, do you see the impact on public opinion, on perceptions, on how people see this conflict or themselves in it changing as a result of those statements? In short, have there been any practical follow-ups on that? So there would be my two questions here, and then I think we can close off. Thank you.
Leon, thanks so much. Thanks so much for this question. It is very, very important. Here's this thing. Basically, as I showed, the distance from the ABL or occupation line, whatever it's called, right? It has like the opposite effects. I mean, if we take the distance from, let's say, Abkhazia, from Abkhazia ABL line, that has actually, the closer people are living there, more are they supportive of some concessions, or like they are more open, let's say so. While people living closer to South Ossetia, ABL, right? So they are less likely to have positive views on this. My one theory, I mean, that was a very quite, I mean, so that's what I would call a kind of contextual explanation, right? So the context of these areas, of course, differ. First of all, of course, that's the kind of how recent the conflict is and how close, perhaps, how, and I don't really have any kind of evidence of the second one, but it's just kind of me kind of just speculating here, right? So as we can see, the ABL to Abkhazia is a little bit more open. And I mean, there are, like, on the other side, there are like ethnic Georgians who actually come and go. Well, they have limitations on mobility, but not that as people on South Ossetia ABL had, right? So notwithstanding the Akhalgori region, basically no one can go, or no one goes on, let's say, on Gori, it's now from Gori to, let's say, Sichinava and Java, from Kareli to Znauri and other areas. So basically, I think this should have been interplay in this situation. And secondly, of course, these are kind of memories and the activization of borderization, right? Borderization is, of course, active on both fronts, both areas, although it is way more active on the South Ossetia segment of ABLs. I think these are the two, like two potential explanations to this matter.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Excellent. Dear Rauf, please.
Yes, thank you, Ivan, for your question. Yes, I have to say that there was some initial, at the beginning, there was some hope, and it was arising this type of discourse on preparing populations for peace. But unfortunately, by time, these hopes diminished because some developments, some gests, some developments in political statements. For instance, there was some hope with in Azerbaijani side for that when Pashinyan came to power, that as a democratic selected leader, he would be able to push forward this process with Karabakh negotiations. But then it happened so that in our perception, he became a hostage of this nationalistic force again. So there is no any more talk about these preparations for peace. But of course, if one day political leaders decide to follow this path and to prepare populations for peace, as we mentioned, then we have already this type of narrative tools that we examined in our experiments, that and we can suggest them to develop further and to apply it in a more broader scale, because we have got results effectively showing these even in the controlled situations how they can change these otherwise long nurtured negative attitudes and stereotypes. Yeah, so my hope is that in some one day they decide to apply for this. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, that's a good point for departure. Thank you for that. We're a little bit over time, so just to wrap up very quickly, I'd say thank you all for extremely interested presentations. I truly enjoyed it. I learned a lot at the session. I think all the participants did. And let's hope, we know that so many things are possible. We've seen regions ridden with conflict and bloodshed for years, for centuries, but they've been able to pull together their national energies, summon their collective will, look forward into the future and rebuild despite all the division, all the animosities and historically very damaging and traumatic experiences. Our region should not be the sad exclusion from that rule. And I think your studies, your researches, your role as policy analysts does illustrate that more is possible than maybe the current decision makers think or believe. So with that, thank you very much again. And I give back the floor to Mariam. Mariam, please, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We just had one last minute question on YouTube. YouTube is a little bit lagging behind. So maybe, I know we are into our break time now, but maybe you can also read this question. It's for David. David, could you see that? Because YouTube people are a little bit in a disadvantaged position, lagging behind. So yeah, let's not miss this question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question goes that when referring to compromise or saying Tbilisians or those closer to Abkhazian boundary line are more likely to support compromise, are you implying that implying to the openness to concession? So basically, I think this refers to how the variable of interest is constructed. Basically, it's a, as I mentioned, it's a kind of scale. It's a scale that on which 4 means that a person actually said out of these 4 kind of questions that the highest degree was that the person was open to would accept independence. 3 means that the highest, the strongest answer was that the person would accept the confederacy. 2 would mean that the person would accept autonomy, and 1 would mean that basically the person would accept only Abkhazia and South Ossetia being part of Georgia with no additional status. So basically, we could call this variable as openness to concession. Yeah, why not? So it's in this case, it's a kind of a a variable that could technically measure both concession and like openness to compromise, right? But I mean, definitely measures some kind of mental map or mental kind of like the portrait, mental kind of portrait of this conflict inside how the respondents can feel about this. I hope that I answered the question.
Thank you very much. And thank you to every presenter in this panel. It was extremely interesting. Thank you, Levan, for excellent moderating. And now we will go into a very short break and be back at 3:30. Don't miss this roundtable. It's very practical and it's about fieldwork in times of crisis. Well, people like us, research organizations collecting data, were really affected with the COVID-19 threats and limitations, and I'm really looking forward to hear what some of the leading research organization people from Eurasian countries, what they have to say from their experiences. So stay please, and thank you very much for this panel.
Yep. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The break was really short this time, but I'm really looking forward to the next session, which is a roundtable on the fieldwork in times of crisis. The roundtable will be moderated by Koba Turmanidze, Director of CRRC-Georgia. Most of the participants of the roundtable are here. I think one is missing, but he was joining and withdrawing from the meeting, so I'm sure he will join very soon. Please, Koba, take the floor.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm happy to moderate this very important and, as Matso said, very practical session. And I'm sure participants have a lot to say and share about the situation, how our work was changed and transformed due to COVID crisis, and how we can transform ourselves to actually learn from this very difficult situation. We have representatives of 4 esteemed organizations in this discussion. Olga Karayeva from Levada Center, Moscow, Andrei Vardamatsky, Novak, Minsk, Nursultan Shargimchiev, M. Vector, Bishkek, and Natalia Harchenko, Kiev. So these organizations are leaders of data collection and analysis in their countries and probably beyond their countries. And it's really interesting to see how they operated in this the situation under crisis. While crisis was almost the same for everyone, political and social and economic contexts in these 4 countries are quite different from each other. So this also adds additional nuances how organizations responded to current crisis. Before we start discussion, I suggest that because we have 4 participants and we have 1 hour and 15 minutes, I think it is fair if each participant takes about 12-15 minutes maximum to reflect on challenges and lessons learned from this situation, and then we will have 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. Of course, other participants of the conference are more than welcome to join the discussion, because this is something that goes beyond 4 organizations or 4 participants and is concern of each of us as researchers, as data collectors, as data analysts, and as data producers for better policy making. Let me start with a very brief introduction to say what I would like to hear from participants, and then of course you are not limited to those ideas and interventions. You are pretty free to reflect on the topic. People, unfortunately, I have not met any of the participants in person, but people who I interact with know that I cannot help not bringing example from football when I'm talking about almost anything, including research. You may say that what's the connection, but I find connection most of the time. I wanted to just, came across with a quote of famous football player and coach some time ago, who said that football is simple, but it is difficult to play simple. And by that, he meant that it is difficult to play in a flexible way because of his philosophy. Simple game was a game when players did not have pre-assigned rigid positions, and they could move freely and anticipate challenges, anticipate uncertainties. And football is full of uncertainties, and also anticipate challenging teams' tactics. And this is exactly the situation I think we as researchers, as data collectors and data analysts are operating in. We need to be flexible enough to adapt with situations, cope with uncertainties, and also look ahead to see what may change again, so that we are ready for forthcoming challenges and forthcoming difficulties. And this is important because our work is important, our data is important, and partly this is just hope, partly this is a wish, and partly this is a reality that some things are dependent on our data. Some good things may happen based on our data, and it is important we keep working and keep producing more data, more knowledge, and more interpretations of those data to enable policymakers and analysts and students, if you will, to consume those new evidences and make their own conclusions and contribute to improving lives of regular citizens. So with this very broad and abstract introduction, wanted to ask each of the participants to reflect on challenges, experiences, and lessons learned. And let's keep the order as it is on the agenda and start from Olga, if possible. Dear Olga, please, if you could start your contribution to this discussion.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I could start and describe the situation in the Russian field. And I suppose that most of speakers know Russian. Nevertheless, I will speak English, but I'm not so good in it. And before we start, I apologize for my English. Due to pandemic, we had to stop all our face-to-face projects, as I suppose most of researchers did. But face-to-face is the dominant method for us to conduct our own research projects, such as omnibus or focus groups. And we do not start face-to-face projects yet. We plan to do it, and we hope to do it in the middle of July. But we prepared to switch the method if it will be needed because of conditions. So how we organize our field work during the COVID period? In all our surveys, we've switched to the telephone samples. For us, it was and it is still a challenge because of our indicators with long history. They dramatically dropped down or fluctuated, and we don't know how to divide the methodological basis from the current life conditions. So what is and how we could explain these differences in our indicators. But we tried to find any positive sides in pandemic time for surveys, and our hypothesis was the response rate will be higher than ever. Because everyone at home and they have more free time and really want to talk with us, but we actually don't see any substantial increases in it. We had the similar refusal rates as usual, a little bit better contact rate. There are a little less dispositional code like no answer or busy status of the calls. But by telephone method, we are sampling people with high education and underestimated the youngest part of our population. So it is also a challenge for us how to reach these categories. But the main problem for us in the telephone interviews that this method, telephone interviews, should be shorter and with more simplified questions. So at the output, we get less empirical data to analyze than we had before. In the qualitative part, we have also switched to Zoom focus groups, but we can't say that it is the same like our usual face-to-face focus groups. But it's better than nothing. We name it like this. Respondents are less involved into discussion. It's look like step-by-step opinion expressions, and moderator can't detect the emotional or non-verbal reactions. So like in quantitative surveys, as a result, we have less empirical data to analyze. And for us, we have three groups of fears due to COVID time. First is that some of our regional field partners would not survive after economical crisis, and that we will lost our qualified interviewers in the field, and the quality of data, we think that it will be decreased. The second is that the response rate for face-to-face surveys will dramatically decreases, and it will be additional decreasing for response rate. And also for us, it could worse data quality. And the third fears or obstacles is that the costs and timelines for the field work now are unpredictable, and it's kind of uncertainty how to plan our field work, because we could start with face-to-face, but after the outbreak we have to go by telephone and mix these methods, and for us it's a really complicated problem because we see the differences between face-to-face interviews and telephone-based interviews, and this mix of methods for us are not, it's like a challenge for us now how to analyze them in one data set. And but we use digital ethnography. It's a Telegram bot. It's like diaries of day-to-day life, and this method was really good in the current conditions. So we use it like additional method for quantitative and qualitative part. It's some kind of something in the middle between these methods. So people describe their lives, and for us it's for how to pandemic time, it's a good method to understand what is going on and describe for day-to-day how the communications or day-to-day activities changed. So it's a brief, short description of how it's the situation in our country, and maybe if you have some or any questions, we could further discuss it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Many issues and challenges that you described is absolutely applicable to our work too. I suggest that we listen to all panel participants, and then we collect questions and ask questions, as well as reflect on those experiences that our colleagues share. Thank you, Olga, very much. And now I wanted to ask Andrei to talk about insights from Minsk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for inviting to this event. Thank you for the giving of the work. And if to use analogy of our work, which Koba said, football. Yes, we're playing on this field, but the point is that the grass is very uncomfortable. Yes, and what we realized as a first, it's total rebuilding of fieldwork, and we realized the total rebuilding in favor of CATI, computer-assisted telephone interview, and practically no face-to-face surveys. And the main challenge was special software for this, redesigning of questionnaires into the form which adoptable for telephone, and widespreading of interviewers network around the country. Because before we had a regular call center with about 15 persons, but now it is impossible to work in this way. That's why it was necessary to reorganize and send or use people from regions. And this is special work, you know, of teaching, on quality control, etc., etc. But this is just short remark as introduction. My personal specific interest is focus group. What is going on with focus groups? Because I like to moderate, etc., etc. And 3 points I would like to say about this. First one, the work of moderator. Moderator must to be over attentive during Zoom conference, because he has no possibility to look people inside of him. He must react just to video, no emotions, you know, no touches, etc. All these these invisible things. That's why this is special skill of moderator in Zoom platform to find out reactions of respondents during the group, just not from the whole of his body, but just from, you know, what he can see, you know, just very little signs he must to capture immediately. This is special skills and necessary to make these skills deeper. Then the energetic situation. Just 2 days before, I conducted one group, and it's not anecdote. I lost 1.5 kilo. That's true, because it was necessary to be over attentive and over energetic. You know, you have to send your energy through the screen. You know, physically it's impossible, but it's necessary. It was about work of moderator, you know, and we have to elaborate, I don't know, special handbook of working in internet era, in online, etc., etc. We have to collect experience of everybody, how to conduct focus groups in the online conditions. Then group dynamics. Again, everything different. The point is that respondents cannot emotionally contact with each with other, you know, no even physical touching, etc., etc. That's why they do not fulfill each other by the energy of discussion, you know, and the general level of discussion reduced in terms of emotions, energy, etc., etc. That's why all their statements are not reaction, just reaction on previous respondent, participant, but self-statement, which he or she elaborated itself, like without people around, like in the room with the walls. You know, this is different type of communication, of discussion, etc., etc. This is bad, but we can say that it has a positive one, because no influence of respondents, of participants, it reduces level of conformism. That's why they are, if I can say, more objective. I mean, they more objective in their subjectiveness. You understand what I mean? They clearly say their position without reaction of neighbor or less level of this reaction. This is different type of behavior of participants during focus group. And third point, technical staff. The work of technical staff totally changed. Now, for example, previous recruiter, he is not just recruiter who welcome people. He is teacher. He has to educate people how to use the Zoom, how behave during the focus group, etc., etc. Total change of function of, if I can say, technical staff during the focus groups. Okay, I can say about this many hours. We have to organize, and this is my asking for organizers to organize the collecting of experience of these new conditions of working in these new conditions, for example, working of moderator. And then some maybe practical question to all of us. The point is that we lost a lot of customers about focus groups. And their reason was, I have to feel the smell in the room. And I understand these customers right, absolutely. And only what we can say, better 50% of information than nothing. Okay, it's a general argument, but we have to elaborate how to prove customer that Zoom is also good type of conducting of focus group, which bring to us real information. We must select new pluses of this new type of. Then, as I said, we change in favor of Katie, but the point is that other can select different strategy, and they can realize change in favor of online surveys. What is better, Katie or online? All of you understand pluses and minuses of these two types of research, but sometimes I clearly see that sometimes online is just show for media, etc., etc. Maybe you disagree with me, etc. Then next methodological question is changing from face-to-face to Katie. The problem is that we have, for example, in our case, we had long trends on different sociological positions, economical mood of the nation, geopolitical orientations, level of tension of society, etc., etc. And we have trends. And at the point of the beginning of COVID-19, we changed the methodology, how it reacted on the data, on figures, etc., etc. And the problem is that we have no possibility to conduct methodological experiment to compare, to divide sample size 50% face-to-face and 50% of Katie. You understand the problem, of course. And maybe at the beginning it's enough, and just inform you that now we in Belarus, we're coming through elections, and this is even bigger challenge for researchers than COVID, because political surveys forbidden, no ratings, etc., etc. It's just, and this is important social fact. and I inform you as my colleague about the situation, and maybe, I don't know, international assistance, etc., etc. At the beginning, it's enough. Thank you for your attention. Koba.
Thank you very much. Already two very interesting contributions and already a list of challenges that we have, and most importantly, just to summarize, this is comparability of data from face-to-face to online on remote data collection, and this concerns qualitative as well as quantitative data. But then Andre also highlighted that there is at least one positive thing with working remotely, that reduction of conformism among participants when you do qualitative data collection and discussion in focus groups. With that in mind, I wanted to ask other two participants to try to highlight if there was something positive at all after these challenges, something that you learned to do differently or faster or cheaper or both. Anything that that is kind of counterintuitive, because we all expect that COVID lockdown introduces challenges, problems, and we are concentrated on overcoming and solving those. But at the same time, at least from our experience, there are some little things that we learned how to do differently, better, and faster. But before I talk about that, I want to give floor to Nursultan to give us insights from a yet different context from Central Asia, and very curious how is the situation there in terms of overall situation regarding research, and then specifically under COVID crisis.
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, thank you, Koba. Thanks for CRRC for inviting us to take part in this conference. We're glad to be participating in this wonderful event and to summarize and update on the situation in regards to challenges during the COVID pandemic situation. Yeah, I would strongly agree with what Olga and Andrea has pointed out in regards to the difficulties and challenges that I faced when conducting surveys in general in the countries. We do also face the similar issues as well. Specifically, as you know, we, MVector and Central Asia Barometer, we conduct surveys in 5 Central Asian countries. It's Kyrgyzstan, it's Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. And this survey we conduct twice a year with sample size of up to 1,500 interviews. We conduct it twice a year. And just before we were planning to launch our 7th wave of field works, we had this lockdown started to slowly be implemented in each of the countries. First was Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, then followed by Tajikistan. And it was face-to-face interviews, and unfortunately we had to stop it. We had to stop it, and like we expected to maybe see what happens if we wait for another 2 months, and eventually we realize that it's not going to be for the better. Situation is not going to improve. And then we have jumped and switched to the KD surveys, call-assisted telephone interviews. And this actually allowed us to reinvent ourselves, in the sense that now, previously we had in-station operating system for call-assisted telephone interviews installed in our office. Nowadays, we can conduct telephone-assisted interviews like from home, because we have connected and installed the systems on our servers, and our interviewers and operators can make telephone interviews through their homes, from home. So the only thing they need is the online internet connection and the system installed, and that's it. So we are, if we were able to increase our operators and interviewers base much more dramatically, like if previously we had like only 20, 25 interviewers conducting only telephone interviews, now we have up to 50, 60 interviewers. So that's kind of the benefit or like positive things that we have come up after during the COVID pandemic situation. In addition to that, there was, we had to first reinvent in a sense of conducting the qualitative interviews, specifically in-depth interviews and focus group discussions. I think as Andrei has pointed out, it was something that was not previously usual to conduct, like usual for us to conduct as well as other research organizations. But now we had to learn how to conduct it, and the difficulties that all employees at Envector faces is that we had to not only recruit them, but we have to train them. Yeah, training respondents is the challenge. Like we had, like when we first planning to conduct one of the first focus group discussions, we spent around like 10 days recruiting, training, following up with them consistently, making sure that they agree and they will participate in this specific time, instructing them how to install the Zoom software or any other software for conducting focus group discussions, and consistently train them. And this pretty worked out pretty well. But the problems, again, like when for conducting focus group discussions that we faced with issues such as initially, like everyone participates and everyone is like, okay. And then eventually one by one, people start to drop off. And you try to follow up with them, communicate and try to bring him back. But eventually they just respond, I had bad internet connection, my turn went off. And it is the difficulty in the sense that you don't see them, you're not in the same room, and you have less commitment to sit there and participate in a group. They also might get distracted by anyone, and that's the kind of a problem we have faced. But like that's what we've also been trying to ensure during our recruitment and training phase. But the good thing is that our clients liked it a lot. I mean, this was one of the first formats where they all the time could review all the focus group discussions and see how the flow goes and see exactly what each person, how does he communicate. And he pointed out like, okay, this person talks less, this person talks more, and please, how can we ensure that in subsequent focus group discussions everyone participates? So that's kind of a positive feedback we were getting from our clients as well. Yeah. Other than that, as colleagues have pointed out, we have stopped face-to-face interviews, but again, it varies from country to country. Unfortunately, like in Turkmenistan, we are unable to conduct any interviews as of now, even call assisted telephone interviews because of the local context. I think you might actually understand how difficult it is actually to conduct any types of surveys or research there. As well as situation in Tajikistan has been worsening, and it was quite a challenge for us to connect there. In Kyrgyzstan and in some way in Kazakhstan, it was more or less better. We have some of the studies we conduct face-to-face, but of course, we have additional training instructing our interviewers to follow up the security procedures. So they have the distance between these respondents, they make sure that they wear masks, ensure that like they can pass the mask to the respondent if he wills to, but that we try to make sure that everyone is secure here. But of course, we also face some difficulties in the sense that there is a less response rate. People are afraid to participate. So I think that's pretty common stuff that we face, even our colleagues from other countries, Central Asian countries, and us faced in Kyrgyzstan as well. Yep, I think that pretty much aligns to what Andrei and Olga has pointed out previously.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, of course, this is a global challenge, and obviously there are more similarities across different organizations and across countries than differences. And all contributions highlight that. Let's see if I will have a different picture or similar picture from Kiev. Dear Natalia, how do you react to challenges there? Yes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, organizers, CRC, for this opportunity to meet with colleagues and to share their opinions on this topic. I prepare very small presentations, not presentations, just systematic overview of the efforts, which can help. Just a minute, I will start demonstration. Here is it. Yeah, do you see this? Yeah, okay. First of all, I would like to show you the situation of market share of various research methods in Ukraine and in the world according to USMR data. It's not maybe a very good comparison because USMR has more marketing organizations, and our organizations who are represented here, it's work in the sphere of social, economical, and political study, but the general picture is clear. According to 2018 data, face-to-face is the main method in Ukraine, in our company particularly, and in USMR it's they're not so popular. And one of the positive effects of COVID, which Koba mentioned out, it's digitalization of our activity and moving to the new distant methods of conducting survey. If we are talking about the alternative to the golden standard classical face-to-face interview, I prepared some cases for Ukraine, but let me say that this golden standard not so good. There are a lot of critics of possibility of realize strict rules of face-to-face interview in our conditions. It's there are problems of low response rate, high non-contact rate for particular groups of respondents. Yesterday, John O'Loughlin mentioned that response rate in the countries where he worked was from 20 till 40%. It's not so big as it was some years ago. So if we are talking about alternative to face-to-face, the first alternative is face-to-face. Simplify and protect it. What we are doing, we conduct survey not in the building and in the flats, but near the building, like exit polls, and provide some interviewers with masks, disinfectors, and also trying to use their personal car instead of public transportations. But there are a lot of pros and cons to using of this strategy. First of all, it's the ethic of work under conditions where respondents and interviewers are at risk. And even if we raise the payment for both sides, it's not guaranteed they're solving the problem, because our activity, first of all, should be ethical. The second problem is the coverage error, because we have in Ukraine not equal, disproportional distribution of dissemination of virus. And there are some regions situation is worse and some region situation is better. So we can't guarantee that we can collect good national data. Also, they have their rise on non-response growth due to their some people are more concerned about participation and contacting with other people. and some people still are open and ignore some rules and quarantines. But this new group of non-covered person, nevertheless, they still think that this method have some future, but who knows how long it can work in this new situation. The second option, all colleagues mentioned, it is transition to decentralized KT. We used our call center interiors and also use our regional network, install them some software, give them devices, and they start to conduct these interviews by phone. In Ukraine, we have a very high mobile phones usage. It's about nationally about 86%, and they think in this situation it's very good to use this method. But there are also some problems. The main one that in Ukraine they have not connection of phone number prefixes to geographical location. That's why it's always surprise where they are phoning, they're asking respondent, where are you living, what settlement, urban or rural. We have no such information. But the respondent and Andrei mentioned that we see, and Olga also, that we see the high response rate. People sitting at home, some of them alone, they would like to share with us their opinions, their feelings, and much more actively participate in our surveys. We modified our instruments such a way that at the end of each interview, especially then epidemic was very frustrating, they ask respondents about their feeling, their desire to express what they are thinking about, what they can add to this situation, to give them opportunity not only follow the logic of researcher, but also to express their emotions. All colleagues know, and it was mentioned, the limitations of the tools, and also they have high penetration level, but there is differences between practical usage of the phone, especially for old people. A lot of them have phones, but they cannot, some of them prefer not to answer to unknown numbers, not so actively contact with unknown person, and also some technical limitations. I disagree with Andrei, who called online show for media, because I am very enthusiastic online researcher, and in Ukraine we have a rising of usage among adult population, not mention the youth. All youth is online, and we have a lot of possibilities in this sphere. Time and cost effectiveness, no geographical borders, self-administration, which can be seen as a good and a bad, because we don't see the influences of interviewer, but the researcher is responsible for his instrument, research tool. There is no barrier between respondent and researcher, and it's good and bad. Also, usage of multimedia and a lot of others, which you would know very good. But the penetration is one of the biggest barrier. We can't reach 100% of population, especially it's true for elder group, low income, people from rural areas, not included in our sample. They also have some problems and difficulties when explaining details and nuances of survey to the respondent, and the results can be biased due to some technical knowledge of our respondent. But this is our main instrument which we are using now in these circumstances. And if we are talking about some other alternatives, One thing is conduct survey in combined and multimode format, supplemented online interview with some number of CAT interview or maybe mail interview. We don't use it sometimes, but maybe it's also can write to try. But also we should think about new age of non-poll survey methods expansion in our sphere. We see a lot of discussions about big data and their future, also their digital observation. For example, at the time of the crisis, the credit card analysis and bank activities is very interesting. Also social media analysis and web scraping. A lot of open data sources and administrative data in Ukraine, and this data is published and can be used by researchers, and all other things like geodata, biomedical data, ice tracking, etc. Maybe it's time not for face-to-face and interviewing, because some of my students say that, oh, it's not time to asking people. All of them are lying or forget something. We can receive all data from social media and this information. But I think that CAT and online and mix of this method, it's the most perspective for us in nearest future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, very interesting, and especially interesting that you highlighted opportunities that we may not have thought about those if things continued as usual, because as any human being, we are very path dependent. We like doing things in our in the ways that are used and tried and brings results. So sometimes crisis situations opens opportunities that we would not think otherwise. And one of those directions is, as you rightly noted, using non-survey data. So who said that only survey data is real data? There is tons of other evidences that can be analyzed in a policy relevant way. Also, all of you mentioned online surveys, some of you more critically, some of you less critically, and this is a critical issue for us at CRRC-Georgia right now. We are working on that, but it's, as some of you mentioned, it is challenging. So just wanted to use this opportunity as a discussant, or what's the word of my role here, to start a discussion with opportunities and also challenges with online surveys. Where do you see challenges? Why is that? Advantages or disadvantages in your context? And here I would make a short note that for us, the key challenge is how to make this distorted data non-distorted. In other words, how to make sure that this really reflects population characteristics, because as we all know, online surveys are skewed towards more educated, younger, urban. So how to make sure that we overcome those inefficiencies and still generalize our data on the whole population. So I'm not suggesting that we should make this discussion very technical and very, sampling methodology oriented, but just wanted to hear your experiences from different contexts, and all contexts are different. How, if you are considering this, and if so, how do you see its future in your work? Yeah, please, Olga.
Actually, I want to discuss the online method like alternative method for the surveys. because I don't know if in any country of those speakers we have non-probability online panels. So for us, it's the main challenge how to use this biases in selection method. So in telephone method and face-to-face method, of course, we use statistical measures, and we try to build it like probability-based samples. The online method now, in our country, we have no such kind of online panels, so they all self-administrated and like volunteers panels, and it's the most challenge for us how to use it. And when we talk about the difference response rates and the differences between effectiveness of how to reach different age groups, and we see that face-to-face method and telephone method are underestimated the young population, and we see that the online method is also not so good for this kind of people, because they don't want to participate, and this is the main problem. It's not problem how to that it's easy to find them in online sphere, but it's not the main problem in this kind of method. And when we try to compare two sample designs, so real sampling, which use targeting in social networks, and the non-probability panels, so we see that okay, the online panels is a little better than just real sampling, because you could not control the situation in selection, because they use advertisement in different kind of sites and apps in mobile phones, and it's some kind of targeting in computer games or mobile games, and this kind of respondents are not so, how to say, the quality of data which we get at the end is worse than we have in just online panels. And also the problem which we have in our country is that all our online panels do not conduct political things on their surveys. So if we want to conduct online survey, we should use our own panel or use real sampling. And this is also the problem for us. And I don't know how it's in other countries, and it will be interesting to discuss it.
Thank you, Olga, very much. Andrei, please.
I have two remarks and one question to Natalia. Natalia, thank you very much. You are a good agitator and propagandist online. I very high appreciate, and we'll contact about this. I am speaking seriously. But two remarks. First of all, a very important topic, COVID now. A lot of surveys about this, and in Belarus also, and by online methodology. But the question is, the sensitive group regarding COVID is older people, and exactly this group is out offline. Just because of your table, even. You know, that's why general picture shifted off. This is one. The second, regarding panels. Yes, of course, it's possible to combine, to accumulate good panel with thousands of respondents, etc., etc. And this panel will be with strict accordance with statistics, with censuses, the same proportions. But inside of these formal proportions, the psychological structure of these groups will be different. I don't know, 25% of young people in online panel and 25 in statistic census data. But these two groups have different psychological construction. In online, they are predominantly extroverts, people who have, you know, more time to spend to answer questions, who are in general more active in terms of social topics, etc., etc. That's why they are psychologically different. Look again, the same 25% as a formal social demographic group, but different psychological design of. You understand what I mean? Okay, can you react?
Thank you, Andrei, for these comments. Yes, I agree that online survey which we are conducting are different from the data which we received face-to-face. But you see, now they have very limited opportunity and very limited instruments to conduct our person. You know how many introverts and extroverts there are in population because you conduct face-to-face survey. But if you have no opportunity to conduct, what you will do? You will follow the previous data. You see, in Ukraine, for example, our last census was conducted 20 years ago. 20 years, and only one opportunity is just move forward. We look at the statistical data, but trying to measure reaction, and there is a lot of efforts and experiments trying to do online data more representative. One of the best example is phone recruiting, and then conducting online interview with those who was recruited. As for old people, I understand, and it's really their limitations now for this method, but it's not limitations for mobile phones, because all, even very old person have mobile phones, and I think that it's our nearest future when majority of our population will be online. Maybe it's now this COVID pandemic and this situation move people online. It even if you want to do it.
100%.
So for these older people, we're trying to use their family members as recruitees, asking because these older people also online with the help of their children, grandchildren, they received pension. They have these bank cards now because they can't receive their pension personally. So we're trying to use the intermediate with bridge group for reaching all. It's not the direct contact, I agree, it's really a problem, but what we can do in these circumstances? I think that COVID is a very long story. It's not can be solved. Our client and interviewer say, oh, everything will be fine. The summer will come and we will start work. It's a very long story. And we should change our priorities.
Unfortunately, I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, unfortunately, sometimes we don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
We have to adapt to situation as well as we can. Nur Sultan, what's your take on that? What's the situation in Central Asia?
I think what Natalia has pointed out is all about approximations. There's a continuous struggle to make it as precise as possible, but we are unable to make it, and thus we approximate. That's a continuous struggle. Even like when you try to come up with econometric models, you approximate. And similar problems, we face in Central Asia, but we have a little bit slightly more problem in this sense, because say in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, for example, the internet usage are substantially higher from neighboring countries and such as Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. I can just tell you the numbers. 82% of Kazakhstanis use internet, and 75% of Kyrgyzstanis, followed by Uzbekistan, 33%, and 30% of Tajikistani. You see, the problem is that we face not just issue with not reaching elderly people, but we are facing issue of not reaching people in regions, and we are not facing specifically even younger generation. But it's improving. There is substantial improvement in this sense. What we have done in some of our studies that we combine it. We do conduct telephone online surveys, but in order to reach the elderly population, we complement it with telephone surveys. So we specifically try to like have this small booth sample to survey those elderly people in regions. So the remaining sample that we are unable to collect using online interviews, we are complementing with telephone surveys. Unfortunately, yes, that's kind of a mixed method. Unfortunately, that's what we have to face with, right? That's what we have to face with and deal with, and in order to collect data and give some approximation in this sense. It's improving. Of course, we are trying to move slowly and gradually into conducting online interviews, but again, the problem of reach, fewer people fill it in. They need more compensation for wasting their time to fill in the entire form, say. Also, there is another problem, is that not only you have to care about the representativeness, right? But you also have to care about the quality of the data that we collect. Because when they fulfill them, self-filling questionnaires, they might just randomly just fill it in to finish it as fast as possible. So that's the problem with the type of the questions that you try to face. How long is it the questionnaire survey, online survey it is? The longer it is, more likely towards the end, you'll just get some random answers. And you have to care about all these things to make sure that not only it is representative, but also it is ballot. It represents what it should represent. Even the interface of the software is really important, because in one of the studies in UK, they've been conducting one of these surveys, online panel surveys, and even highlighting in different colors yes or no buttons did actually result in bias. People were likely to click green button rather than red, and then they have later they split tested it and changed the color, made yes as red and no as green, and people were more likely to click that green button. So that's those are the things that you have to take into account. Like, not only that you make it representative, but you also phrase the questions as simple as possible. Don't make it too long. You also make sure that you take into account the visual, spatial behavior of the population and how people generally, what do they click and how do they click often. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Because we have about 10 minutes, I encourage everyone to express their comments or questions or suggestions. I see David's hand. I guess this is an indication that he wants to make a comment. I also saw Hagine's hand a while ago, but then it disappeared. And I don't know what happened. Hagine-Can, are you still there?
I will unmute Hagine for the question, and then let David.
Yes.
Koba-Can, this session is extremely important and timely. Thank you for inviting such bright people with experience, etc. I didn't rise. That was applauding people who are saying that they are doing good. Regarding the questions, I put it here in the chat box, asking first of all, Natalia, please, you mentioned in one of your slides, I guess that was the last one, eye contact method. What does it mean? I couldn't get it. And for all, it is likely that right now, because of COVID, many are ordering surveys, etc., and we are still na plavu, if to speak that in Russian, but it will be over sometimes. Do you have strategies how to move forward? If not COVID, then many think tanks that rely on data or deal with data, or survey companies will be on surviving mode if no rapid changes, ICT-based or methodology-based. Do you have any strategies, any vision for the coming future? This is absolutely important, and this is what Koba called for. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena Jan. Yeah, please, Andre.
Thank you for the question. I would like to conduct definition work. What does it mean, survival mode and development mode? The point is that that there is no survival mode. If you try to survive, it means you are development. That you are developing. This is the point. We try to survive. What to survive? What we have to do? We have to change in KT system, the dominance of KT system. And this way of surviving bring us development. And this is in each time it's repeating and repeat. If you try to survive, you are developing. This is my answer.
I was afraid that survival contains also risks of dying.
Oh, and Belarus, I don't know. every month risk. It's a type of functioning.
Thank you, Andre. Natalia, there was a question you, and could you please?
Maybe I make mistakes, but I mean non-opinion methods, and it was eyes tracking. We are not asking people, but measure their moving of their eyes during watching advertisement, for example, or pulse at football match, or brain impulse when they are doing something. It's not asking activities, just fixing their physical impressions of that. And about the second questions, I think that now it's time for this sociological and methodological imagination. We should not think about our old traditional methods which are working, but not the best. Everybody knows what is the response rate in the capitals of the countries where we are working. And we have the same problem with reaching some groups in face-to-face too. It's not the golden standard in our days. So we should think, imagine something new, and create the new methods of conducting respondents. Thank you.
Thank you. Olga Nursultan, what's your strategy for the future if the situation doesn't improve tomorrow, which is unfortunately not very likely?
What can we do? The most challenge for us is where to find the new orders for our surveys, and this is the main problem. I think that in near future, we do not stop our face-to-face surveys. I think that this method would not die after this COVID situation, but of course it could not be the gold standard. And now I don't know what to say, because we use all methods which are known in nowadays. So we use online, we use telephone-based surveys, we use usage experience, we use digital ethnography and all kinds of methods. But I think that the main challenge for us not to find new methods. We need to find new survey or sociological or marketing products. So what can we give for our society? What kind of information or insights we could provide? And the method is like instruments. So I think that of course we need to improve our methodological parts. We need to provide more experiments with the methodology. But now it's a challenge how to survive in new data world, how we could get new positive sides from this, what new we can provide to our users and customers. And the question which Andrei said about how to solve our Zoom focus groups to the world, and it's really a challenge, because I'm not sure that there are a lot of positive sides in this method, but we need to think about how what positive sides we have these in this method, because of course why we like focus groups, because of group discussion, but in Zoom we could not get it, and maybe we need to improve our methodics or moderating strategy, and this will be much better to make a product and to sell it for customers.
Thank you. Nursultan, very briefly, if you could reflect on that, on future steps, and then I will give floor to Dato to make comments.
Yeah, I think previously we had very few call-assisted telephone interviews. Now we have plenty. Like now I think we are more towards the development stage in our like usual method, but not previously sufficiently popular. And we are like improving and increasing and developing in this phase, in this area further. And of course, we are trying to provide more solutions to our clients to make sure that they get what they want. Specifically, like focus group discussions, it was something that we had to do, like something new that we have to adapt to, because it's online, and making sure that we comply with quality, right? That's the primary and most important thing that we have to align with. And in the future, of course, when coming up with something new, right, it's also hard to make sure that it is renowned and approved type of model or method of collecting data. Because we always rely that, yeah, it is adherent to international standards, it's representative, it is type of the method that you collect data. And we are careful when we do this, that it is representative, it is very insightful for our clients. So I think we try to be, come like reverse engineer it, come up from the how useful it could be for the clients, and then making sure that, of course, it should be very adherent to principles, to quality standards. That's our future.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Dato, can I unmute Dato, or can you do it, Matzo?
Yes, I think you can. You just did.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks so much for this very enlightening discussion, and I mean, it was very. I mean, it was extremely interesting for me to just listen to participants. I have like two boring questions. So to Olga and to Nursultan. To Olga, you mentioned that you definitely do phone surveys, but do you use so-called so-called random digit dial method for that? If yes, do you only do for, let's say, only for cell phones or also landlines, or do you combine in so-called multimodal methods, let's say using cell phones and combining it in the same database with landline telephones? That would be one question. And Nursultan, I think you mentioned that you definitely do multimodal interviews. What weighting do you could you share the kind of very brief description of weighting strategies? What kind of weights do you use for that approach? Because definitely different, I mean, different types of respondents come from different types of survey modes. So just to kind of briefly discuss that. Thanks.
So answering for your first questions about multi-modes, multi-frames in telephone samples, yes, we use mobile numbers and landline numbers in the proportion of 70% of mobile phones and 30% of landline numbers. After this procedure, of course, we use weights for our samples. So I'm not sure that I will name it correctly now, but we weights on. So we try to may I say it in Russian?
Absolutely, yeah.
Мы выравниваем по наличию мобильных телефонов и стационарных. То есть, мы спрашиваем, сколько у человека сим-карт, если у него стационарный телефон, чтобы перевзвесить на общую выборку, то есть, чтобы снизить количество людей с 3 симками, то есть, чтобы у всех была равная вероятность попадания.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I think we are a little bit over time, and we have our last contribution, keynote speech approaching. So we have to close this very interesting and very useful at the same time discussion. And thank you very much. Thank you to all contributors and to all participants. My conclusion is that, as the football player said, it's difficult to play simple, and we have to simplify things to survive. And as Andrei said, to survive is to develop. So with this positive note, wanted to close this discussion and then give word to Matzo to continue with the conference. Thank you again, and I hope we will have opportunities to discuss this and more issues in the future together and in person, hopefully next year. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Koba. I think Dato had one question for Nursultan, and maybe if he wants to comment, we can have this last comment and then go to the break.
Yes. Sorry about.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, that's what we are just starting. We haven't yet implemented, but there are actually 2 surveys. One of the surveys is related to business sphere. Businesses is easier to reach online. And we have also our partners in terms of some chambers of commerce, which we can use our like the trigger or support to make sure that our like businesses fill in the surveys, because it's also representative throughout the country. So that's where we are trying to ensure that we collect all information online. Yes, but there is a possibility that we might not collect data from large organizations like big industries. That's where we just we plan to use telephone interviews. In regards to the general population survey, that's where we make sure that we ask questions in regards to, okay, what's their age, where the region they're from, so that we can implement weights. Of course, that's kind of a like soft quota criteria that we have to set. Otherwise, we just cannot simply like collect and just make sure that take this data as it is. So we try to collect the specific amount of interviews in specific regions as possible. So this is kind of thing we have to ensure. Yep.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the roundtable participants. And now we break for 10 minutes and we're back at 5 p.m. with the last session, keynote speech by Professor Julie George from the City University of New York, Queens College. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
До свидания. Так.
Hello again, welcome back. We now move to our last session. It's the keynote speech by Professor Julie George from King's College, City University of New York. She's in the meeting, she's sharing her screen and voice audio. Thank you, Professor George, for joining us, and we look forward to your speech. With not taking up much of your time, I give the floor to you.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to be here, although I confess I would prefer to do it in Tbilisi. So next time, if you could fix the virus so that we could do it there, I think it would be much better. So thank you guys all, and I'm toggling screens, so I'm looking between my two monitors. I was asked to give a presentation about ethics in the conduct of social science research, and so I've put together something that hopefully will be interesting and hopefully, I don't know, educational to some degree, although I think a lot of it will be familiar to you, but perhaps maybe not in exactly this packaging. I want to start by talking a little bit about conduct of research and ethics in the conduct of research generally, and then move forward into some of the issues for human subjects research, regulatory structures we have in Western institutions and Western, many of the, like the European Union and the US, Canada and Great Britain, and then talk about the implications of these for research in the Caucasus. So I'm going to start a little bit talking about some of the complexities of the ethical conduct of research just in general. I mean, the fact of the matter is that as academics or as scholars, we're all very much motivated by publication. We are seeking to do our research for the edification of kind of science and reality and understanding the truth of the world, but we're also building our reputations. We're also seeking to publish and seeking to publish in better journals. And the fact of the matter is that if we have negative findings, we don't always get the kinds of hits in journals that we would like. And this creates a variety of poor incentives really for looking at data in particular ways. You can see my cartoon, which is about torturing data to do what's called p-hacking to find that significant variable so that can then be put in the journal, while the less the less sufficient models stay, as this one is chained to the jail. And so then there's this idea that perhaps what we need to do is be very careful as scholars to resist some of these temptations. As I was preparing for this, I came across a very interesting statistic where a scholar had done a systematic examination of publications, and this was back in 1994, when his article was published, to find the direction arrow of many of the errors that are committed in published research. So as errors are committed in public research, he was looking at where they ended up, and 70% of those were in favor of the author's hypothesis, right? And so there's this notion then that when there are errors, they're more likely to be ones that support the author's positive findings rather than those that are negative. Of course, that is over 50% is where we would statistically expect that to be. And so that indicates that there, what is an error might also be an effort to massage data or to look at data in the most lustrous light. And I was listening, I came in rather late to the previous panel. I apologize, it's kind of early on a Saturday morning for me, but there was this discussion of not being able to have the best, or not being working in poorer conditions, and especially with COVID, this is certainly the situation. And so for authors of research work, there is always this back and forth. Our data are never going to be perfect. When do we let them out? When do we get over our ethical burden of doing responsible science so that we can publish our work and move forward, keeping in mind that the peer review process doesn't always catch these sorts of errors. As I presented this, as I put together this presentation, I wanted to pull as many examples as I could from the social science research. And so what I have in this presentation is a series of examples of that gray area, or in this, the example I'm going to give is actually not remotely a gray area. It's a very black and white area. I don't know if you had heard about the Michael LaCour, Donald Green study, which had been published in Science in 2015, I think I'm going to say. But this was a study on opinion shifts. In this particular condition, it was in California, it was in the US context, it's about gay marriage. And so what the study purported to examine was the effect of canvassing, of the effect of the actual individual of the canvasser as they sought to elicit public opinion about people's feelings about gay marriage. And what they claimed to find was that if the canvasser was gay or homosexual as opposed to being heterosexual, and exposed his or her homosexuality as a way to invite and elicit empathy on the part of the person whose opinion they were seeking, that person was more likely to change their opinion between the starting point and 3 months out, and then also keep that opinion stable across time. So they would shift their opinion on gay marriage and then keep that opinion, that opinion shift would be stable. Now, this finding was absolutely, it rocked science. It made the New York Times, it was published in Science in the Journal. Michael LaCour was a graduate student, he was offered a job at Princeton. And then it became clear as people tried to replicate this study that he did not have the data. He had lost the data or couldn't locate the data. And so the hypothesis is that he might have manufactured the data, or that he did manufacture the data. That's the allegation, and the study was retracted. And so here is an example of a motivated student who was trying to get ahead, who kind of got caught in this temptation of research misconduct. I'm going to go forward now and talk about human subjects research, because this is the most of what we do, at least for the CRC purview here, is in human subject research. So research that relies on public opinion polling, that relies on interviews, that relies on focus groups, and to talk a little bit about the underlying moral frameworks or ethical frameworks that tend to be applied across disciplines in the social sciences for the conduct of human subjects research. And human subjects research regulation actually came about after World War II with the Nuremberg trials, especially the doctors who were brought to trial, the Nazi doctors brought to trial after the Holocaust, given their efforts to quote unquote advance science by using Jewish concentration camp prisoners as experimental subjects. And these experiments, of course, did not really reflect any kind of interest in the experience of the actual participant or the subject of the research, but was rather done without their permission in fairly brutal and tortuous ways. And so after this, the Nuremberg Code was written, which was one of our first regulatory documents about how internationally, about how research should be conducted. The moral code or the ethical code of doing research for human subjects in the social sciences developed as other studies, as other errors, as other violations occurred. And so I have here on this slide, I list the Milgram experiment in 1961, the Tuskegee syphilis study, which I'll talk a little bit more when I get to justice, and the Zimbardo Stanford prison study. These are studies, I mean, the Nuremberg Code comes from the medical sciences. A lot of our experiences and a lot of our norms actually are drawn from clinical work, drawn from medical science, but there are also, Milgram was a psychologist, and so there's some psychological studies in here, as was Zimbardo. So there are things that are drawing from psychology, but all of these actually speak to conditions in the social sciences. Along the lines here, you'll see these three little blotches over to the right of the screen are the three main overarching principles that social science research is meant to maintain, or things that we need to contemplate as we organize research, keeping in mind that our incentives as scientists is really focused on the science. We're focused on the desire to get information. And sometimes what that does is it leads us not necessarily to hurt our subjects, but to be blind to their interests, or to not really force ourselves to think about particular arenas. And so what these principles do is they draw our attention to, as we are organizing our work and we're thinking about the process of our data extraction, they force us to think about particular things. So the first is beneficence, or the absence of maleficence. The second is justice, and the third here is right for persons. So beneficence is bringing benefit to society, what kind of benefit we're going to bring to society with our work. Is it worth the risk that the subject would undertake in order to benefit society? I mean, one of the really controversial things about the Nuremberg trials and the lessons learned from the Nazi doctors is they actually did inform science, but not to outweigh or to mitigate the risks of the people who participated to bring that science to bear. So while science might be advanced, we have to understand the cost. And so our focus on beneficence, or the absence of maleficence, that is do no harm, focuses us not just on what we want as scientists, but to think concretely, what is the benefit of this study? And is it worth the risk that we require our subjects in order to advance that study? So I'm going to click on this guy here. And so with beneficence, we're really looking at a number of particular things. The first is the overall benefit of the study. The second is the absence of harm. So the idea that we're actually not individually harming people, like the Nuremberg trials where it's actually harming people. The Nazi doctors were harming people as they were working through the study. There's a notion of risk mitigation. That is, that we need to be able to identify the risk of the study, even if it's like a light risk. Like for us in social sciences, often it's a loss of confidentiality. We have to think about that risk, and it's our responsibility as scholars to mitigate or to eliminate or to minimize that risk as much as we can, and design the study with that risk mitigation in mind. One of the terms of art in this sort of thing is looking at what's called a benefit to risk ratio, or risk to benefit ratio. That is, how beneficial is the study? What is the harm? And if there is more harm than benefit, even if there is some benefit, maybe that study should not occur. In fact, it probably shouldn't occur if the risk to benefit ratio goes in the arrangement or direction of risk. One example of this is the absence of confidentiality, or the loss of confidentiality. And for this, I want to talk about this study that is photographed, or the book that's photographed, Small Town in Massachusetts: Society, Class, Power, and Religion in a Rural Community. In this study, which was published in 1958, so it was a bit ago, what the authors did is they went into a small Massachusetts town. They interviewed as many people in the town as they could to understand the power dynamics, to understand the class dynamics, to understand how religion sat inside this town in Massachusetts. It's a very small town in Massachusetts. And they promised all of the people they engaged with that it would be confidential. No one else in the town would know what they would say about them, because they dished on each other and were critical of each other. The preacher did this, the mayor did this, the superintendent of the school did that. They promised absolute confidentiality. They indicated, and they did that. When they designed the book, they wrote the book. They used code words. They didn't name the town. They didn't name the people. They gave all of them pseudonyms, so it was all covered. But here was the thing: like the moment people began to read this book, they began to think, okay, what town are we talking about? And there were enough signals in there, because they're looking at class and power and religion. There are enough indicators of what kind of religion people had, what kind of factories were nearby. And so soon upon reading it, the reviewers of the book knew which town it was. And they said, oh, this, they say it's an unnamed town, but it's likely to be this town. And the people in the town read the book, and they saw that somebody by this name was saying this thing about the mayor. Well, then the mayor of the town, of course, knew who was talking about him, because he could see by the way the person was presented inside the book who it actually was. And so here you see this example of an effort to bring beneficence, like an effort to protect and do no harm. But in fact, the thing that was most harmful to the book was the absence of, or the opportunity to maintain confidentiality was entirely lost. Now, the authors didn't intend for this to happen. They made errors in how they coded their data, how they made it confidential. But nonetheless, it had important consequences to the people in the town. The next component I want to talk to you guys about is justice. And in justice, what we're looking to is those who undertake the burden of the research and those who are excluded from the research, to whom the research offers no benefit. So justice is very much concerned with who is included in the study and who is excluded in a study. Now, if you're doing political science polling, or you're doing like the CRRC-Caucasus barometer or something, you're doing a random sample of a population that's done in a particular sort of way. And so you don't have these crises of inclusion or exclusion with this sort of approach. So the only examples I could find here, and I spent a week kind of digging through some great examples, are in the medical studies. And so I'm going to at least illuminate these for you guys in terms of medical experiences. The first one is the burdens of inclusion, right? When we ask people to participate in our research, we are bringing risk into their lives and we are burdening them. Now, if you're asking them a question like on a public opinion poll or something, you're really burdening their time. Right? Often they're anonymous or they're confidential to you. You know, the N is large enough, the answers are like kind of broad enough that no one's going to be able to go identify them or whatever. But they do have to spend, you know, an hour or so of their time going through that battery, and that comes at some burden for them. Of course, other studies have different sorts of burdens. So the Tuskegee syphilis study, this took place in Alabama in the United States of America, starting in 1932, which was not a time period known for its racial equalities. I mean, I'm sure that you guys are following the news of where we are here. And certainly racial inequality is something that we've been burdened with for our entire existence as a country, right? Well, what the Tuskegee study sought to do is it wanted to follow what would happen if syphilis was left untreated, the sexually transmitted disease syphilis. What would happen if it was left untreated? And so they created what was called the Tuskegee Syphilis Negro Untreated Syphilis Study for Negroes, something like this. And they only included in their study African-American individuals from Alabama. And they gave them injections which the people thought were treatments for syphilis. I mean, what they did is they divided them up and they said, okay, here's some people with syphilis, here's some people without syphilis. Let's see how the disease moves so we compare the syphilis people with the control. What was critical for this study, of course, was that the people who had syphilis would never get treated for syphilis, right? So they had to, for the study to work, they had to make sure that the people would not treat this horrific disease for which there was ready medication. That it was only African Americans who were included in this study is a reflection of kind of the systematic racism that is part of the American past. You can see from the dates on here that it lasted from 1932 to 1972, and you see here the picture, a man receiving an injection. Now, I don't know if he's in the control or if he's in the treated or the, in this case, non-treated condition, but from what I know, from kind of research on this, it's very clear that the people who were receiving injections thought they were actually being treated for their syphilis. So not only were they kind of kept in this position of not getting treatment for this horrible disease, but they were under the impression that they were getting treatment this entire time, which in fact they were not. So not only is there discriminatory burden of inclusion in this study, which allowed these people to have this disease untreated, but not only that, of course, there's this deception and no clear articulation of risk for the people who are undergoing the study. If you notice the dates, it lasted for 40 years. So this transcended our civil rights movement in the United States of America, that it went for until 1972. And so this is a burden of inclusion. We need to ensure that no particular kind of population suffers the inclusion of studies, especially studies that have a high level of risk, as the Tuskegee syphilis study did, we don't want groups of people, especially vulnerable populations, undertaking the risks of studies where other populations don't undertake those risks. In this case, it's a racial differentiation in the United States of America that reflects our already entrenched racial power hierarchies. Another example is about exclusion. Every study should have a benefit, right? I mean, that's why we do them. That's why we want to have a benefit. That's why we do the work that we do. And in the medical sciences, of course, the benefit is medical edification and medical knowledge. And in this case, it's important to also recognize the consequences of exclusion. And this is another example from the United States of America. And I apologize, these are my ready examples that I know well, because I kind of exist in this regulatory space inside the US and not inside other countries. But we have the National Institutes of Health and the Food and Drug Administration, the NIH and the FDA, are two organizations that do a lot of grant work to release research grants, federally funded research grants to sponsor medical studies. And until the 1990s, their recommendations for their grants was to exclude women of childbearing age in all clinical research for things like cardiovascular care, experiments on even breast cancer, for example. The regulations of the funding was that they should exclude women as they recruit. And so what this meant was that until the 1990s in the United States of America, we actually had no science about how women experienced cardiovascular disease. We don't have an understanding about how women are responsive to drugs. And because of the hormonal differeces and all these other differences in health conditions for women versus men, and these sex differences, we also know that women respond to diseases differently than men do. And so that means that roughly 51% of the American population doesn't benefit from the scientific studies that have been funded by the United States government in the same way that men do. So women, as 51%, aren't being studied, and therefore they don't get the benefit of the study. So with justice, we're looking not only at issues of inclusion, but issues of exclusion. I have here prison studies, and I'm not going to spend too much time with it because my time is moving, but the prison studies are another condition where the prisoners, you have literally a contained subject pool population. So for a while in the US, it was popular to do studies with prisoners because you could force them to do the study and engage in the study, even though it had risk for them without a lot of benefit. And so now, as a result of this kind of abuse of power, prison studies are highly regulated inside the United States of America because of this justice consideration. And the final consideration that I'm going to bring to you, and there are others, of course, that we kind of keep in mind as we conduct moral and ethical research, but the final one of the third that I have here is respect for persons. And this is the respect for the people who actually engage in this study, and focuses our attention on their rights as participants or subjects in a study. Their right to consent, their right to understand the real purpose of the study, and a right to the clear understanding of the actual risks of the study. And I want to give you two fairly recent examples of some problems with respect for persons drawing from the social sciences. The first is a recent study that was conducted by professors at Dartmouth College and Stanford University, looking at judicial elections in the American states. Inside the United States, in our states, some of our justices are elected and others are appointed, but in some they're elected. And Montana is one state where the justices are elected. So what the scholars did is they sent this voter information guide. You can see it at the top right-hand corner of your screen, a voter information guide with the state seal of Montana on the envelope and on the actual guide. You can see the state seal up there in the right-hand corner of the guide. And what it said is like, okay, you're going to go vote for your justice. Here, take this with you. And so they sent this guide to some electoral districts, so the population, the voters of some electoral districts in Montana, and didn't send it to others. And what they wanted to know is whether a more informed population would be more likely to vote. So they were trying to measure turnout. Turnout was their dependent variable. And so they sent this out, and the information is largely correct. But what they did was they impersonated a political office illegally, as it happened. And not only that, the people who received this never knew that they were participating in a study. They never had an opportunity to say, okay, this is a research study, I'm consenting or not consenting. They just received this document and acted and voted. So nobody at the Montana governor or the electoral board was consulted on any of these things. So the people engaged in the study, they saw this, and this was a political act for them. This was a political expression. It was an expression of politics, not an expression of research. So depending on where people were sitting in this study, they saw it either as research or saw it as a crime in the case of the Montana electoral board, or saw it as politics in the case of the people who received the ballot. The next one I want to talk to you guys about was the Boston College Oral History of the Irish Republican Army, which was an oral history conducted by a former journalist, a former Irish journalist, or an Irish journalist, actually not former perhaps, who was taking a sabbatical at Boston College and had a relationship with, like a collegial relationship with the librarian there. And what they sought to do was take oral histories of members of the Irish Republican Army and offered them absolute confidentiality. They would never give up any information, they said. And the people consented and gave very, very concrete information about the commission of crimes. And so once the British government heard about this study, they subpoenaed the records. And the people who had conducted the study hadn't realized this, but because it was conducted out of a university and it was an oral history, there was no right for confidentiality. These records could be subpoenaed and brought over to British soil or to Northern Ireland, which is still, I guess, suppose British soil technically, in order to prosecute the people. And so in this case, the people were offered. They understood, they consented, they understood the true purpose of the study, but they didn't have an accurate understanding of the risks of the study. Now, what's important to see here is that the people who were conducting the study were not aware of the risks. They hadn't burdened themselves with the knowledge of what would happen if there was going to be a subpoena. They didn't know what kind of protections they had. They didn't have the right to offer confidentiality, although they thought they did. And so this is an example of one of those gray areas. It's hard to know what you don't know, but the burden of responsibility here was on those conducting the study. Now, if you've ever done any research in Europe, especially in the EU, you've probably come up upon the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulations, which involve people's privacy and the extent to which they can protect and know about how their data are used and privacy. A lot of it is created, of course, for online interaction or online behavior or data drawn from Facebook or these sorts of things, but it affects other sorts of studies as well. The UK has a similar one, the DPA, the Data Protection Agreement, it's the Data Protection Act. In the United States of America, all human subjects research that's federally funded comes under the auspices of an institutional review board or an IRB that monitors and examines studies before they go out for assessment or go out into the field for actual research. I am on an IRB, so I am a chair of. There are 2 IRBs at the City University of New York, which is a large institution that has something like 26 smaller colleges and institutions inside it. We have 2 IRBs, and I'm the chair of one of those IRBs. So I help oversee research across 26 colleges in the New York City university system. Now, what does this mean for the Caucasus? What does this mean for you? What does it mean for conducting research? I mean, the first thing to note, for an organization like CRRC or anybody who does research collaborations with foreign scholars, or that is subcontracted out to do, for example, polling work for foreign scholars, it's important, if you're in that position, to understand the overarching regulatory structures so that you can move your practice over to those foreign guidelines so that your work parallels their expectations. I think I think being knowledgeable and being understanding of these and kind of implementing these sorts of processes deliberately into your practices will enhance research collaborations, because it means that those who are kind of obliged from these regulatory arenas to conduct research in a particular way, it's a lot easier to do it with people who at least share the same understanding and are willing to use the same kind of ethical or moral standards for those sorts of collaborations. In terms of local institutions, I understand that there is some effort now at Ilia State in Georgia, and I know less about the non-Georgian countries in the region, and then Koba and I have talked about adapting some ethical norms at the CRRC. It seems that in the region there is a push to have these sorts of behaviors or these sorts of research efforts regulated in some way. Georgia is a country, most countries regulate their pharmaceutical or medical practice of researchers coming in to conduct medical research or pharmaceutical research in their country because of this justice issue, especially as the rich developed world, at one point was using the underdeveloped world as an opportunity to get, cheap research participants that they could take bigger risks on. Now that I mean, it's a massive violation of justice, and so there are many laws about outside actors coming in and doing research, but not so much about social science research. And to my knowledge, and I try to keep up with at least the Georgian and Armenian frameworks, because those are places where I'm doing some work. There are no regulations on social sciences research coming out, but that doesn't mean that these ethical norms or regulatory practices can't be undertaken at local institutions. I think it's important to keep in mind that people are coming into the Caucasus. Like, my relationship with the Caucasus is me coming in doing human subjects research there in Georgia, or there in Armenia, or in Moldova, or wherever else I go. There are researchers who are in your countries right now conducting research with or without these kinds of guidelines. And so I think as scholars, it's always important to understand how these are being done in the places where we live. Likewise, many of you are conducting research in your own countries, but many of you are looking internationally, maybe wanting to come to the US and do some work, maybe wanting to go to France or somewhere in the EU or to Great Britain, Ireland to do some work. And then you will fall under these regulatory structures. And so understanding them and knowing how they work, I think would be quite important for your for later stage research. And thank you very much. I hope this is, I'm talking to my computer. It feels very strange. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all here. We just enjoyed your presentation and let you have the video and audio without any interference. Thanks again for this very meaningful presentation. And I would like to ask the audience, if you have questions, you can either type them in chat or you can request to be unmuted, and we will unmute you and you can ask a question directly to Professor George. I will also check the YouTube channel to see if there are any questions there. No questions on YouTube. Professor George, you are participating. I will use this chance to announce the roundtable that Timothy Blauwald, Professor Blauwald is organizing on the 1st of July. This is a roundtable on academic publishing, how to get published, where to submit papers, how to deal with editors, etc. So if you're interested, you can join the event. I sent an email to conference participants about it with the link to the Facebook event, and the Facebook event will provide further details. So, questions, please? Oh, Herine is raising her hand, so I will unmute her now. I'm trying to unmute you.
She may need to unmute herself. Oh, there she is.
I did. I don't know who did, but now I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. This was very, very important and useful. And I have two questions. The ethical norms that you talked about, are they changing just because of recent developments, everyone moving to online, enabling Zoom, Facebook, or other social media platforms to take not only your contacts, but also your friend contacts, your email, some more. So this is one side that you give contacts anyway, you are open. And secondly, this is open data era, and will we be considering changing this ethical norms slightly, or they will be more strict to protect the respondent? This is one question. The other question is about the incentives. In some cases, the organizations have funding, are unable to provide incentives and motivate the respondent to participate, which lowers the non-response rate. However, some others are not able, and they do protest that you are damaging the field. Could you please elaborate a bit regarding these developments that already happened and will be continue happening? Thank you.
Sure, those are some great questions. To answer the first about the norms changing, the norms haven't changed. What is changing is the regulatory environment to catch up with the norms. With it, especially, you know, as you mentioned, privacy on the internet, being able to, there was one time where I could download not only my friend network on Facebook, but I could download my friends' networks, right? So, and because I have so many friends in Georgia, like I could show Tim Blauvelt his entire network. He's very dense, by the way, in terms of network analysis. They've turned that off. It's now a violation of privacy. But at the time I downloaded it, I was doing a class. I didn't even think about it in those terms. So we're discovering new arenas of violations, right? Of opportunities, of easy opportunity to overcome and violate these norms without even contemplating with them. It's so easy to get data online. And it's something that is extraordinarily debated right now inside the realm of especially internet research. So if we think about the realm of the social sciences, and we're thinking about things like observing how people behave on Facebook, or observing how people behave on Twitter, or in like, so those are fairly public. I mean, Twitter's a very public facing sort of behavior, whereas Facebook, it's in this quasi zone where sometimes you feel as though you are, you're in a private setting, and if you haven't done your settings correctly, you're public, but the person may not know that. It could be their own ignorance of their settings, right? And so the scholar working with Facebook has to be very much clearer about consent and much clearer about showing their research, whereas on Twitter, they don't have to be as clear because everyone has this expectation of it, that it's public facing and therefore open for researchers. If you're on a smaller listserv where you have a community and a kind of a network of chat, for example, to find people, but you have this sense of privacy and there aren't the firewalls to keep outsiders out, that scholar could go in and penetrate it and then take everything down. So these are very easily and probably often violations of the norms that are already there. So the answer is the norms aren't changing, but the onus is on the individual investigator to take care. And certainly there's a great deal of literature on, I found entire books on how to conduct internet research responsibly and ethically. And there are a lot of debates out there, which mean it's not settled, right? The behavior of watching someone on Facebook or recruiting on Facebook is still something about which there's a real gray area because of exactly these things that you mentioned, this absence of privacy and it violates beneficence and it violates respect for persons. So the norms aren't changing, but it's easy. It's a very easy arena to violate them, even for people who are who are moral individuals, who are ethical, who don't want to hurt anybody. They can accidentally get into that. In terms of the issue of funding and response rates and incentives, right? The compensation for participation in research, there are regulations, at least in the US, there are ways that is regulated, and it's regulated in a way that it needs to be a nominal sort of payment. Nothing that would provide an undue burden or any kind of coercion, right? You go into a poor community and you offer someone $10,000 to commit it, be part of a study. They're going to do it, like even if it is at great risk to them. And so, in the U.S. and in my IRB, we're always very paying attention to how much is offered, whether it's really nominal to the person in the context of the person's receiving it. Does that harm those who don't have the benefit of funding and a grant, a generous grant that will provide those opportunities for compensation, and hurt those who don't have the grant? Absolutely. And the answer for this isn't in in ethics. It's not in the morality of conducting research. It's in the inequality structures of institutions. So yeah, there's no answer for that. I have no answer for that from the context of this conversation because it's just a fundamental inequality that exists worldwide amongst institutions and those people who are able to get the few grants that are available and those that can't or haven't been able to benefit from them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have a comment from Professor Blauwald in the chat that these issues are important because journals are increasingly requiring compliance with ethical standards, even if they aren't required by local governments or universities. Or better say, journals are requiring documentation of compliance. And we have a question from Sona Balasanian from the CRRC Armenia office. And she's asking what, in your opinion, would be the best strategic way to consolidate social science efforts around research ethics committees in the Caucasus?
The first thing is Tim is absolutely right. And I should have mentioned that in my final slide, that journals are increasingly asking for indications that compliance has been held. To answer Sonia's question, it's hard to know. In Europe, in the US, in Canada, in Great Britain, it's a governmental thing. The government makes laws about regulations for research that forces the institutions that do research that get government funding to comply. In the case of the US, it's institutions that get federal government funding. In the case of the European Union, it's anyone who's doing research there. So if I do research, whether or not I get a grant from the EU, if I'm doing research in the European Union, I have to abide by the GDPR guidelines. So absent a law, right? Absent a law, I think that it's incumbent on the particular institutions to come together and set up their own guidelines, maybe to mimic guidelines taken from somewhere else. It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense to create your own guidelines from full cloth, but rather to draw from the insights of the others and create guidelines and create processes. For the IRB, the Institutional Review Board that I'm part of, it has a particular makeup to make sure that there's a diversity of opinion, to make sure that people who are non-scientists are part of the discussion, because scientists get really excited about the science of it and are overwhelmed by the benefit of the study and are often more prone to minimize the risks of a study and not look out for the actual participants. And so my IRB, for example, we have a priest in the room who kind of, and others will have an actual medical doctor in the room who can talk about particular issues or look out for particular issues. So for the Caucasus, and I know that Koba and I have been talking about doing something for CRC along these lines, creating modules or checklists of a process of oversight, especially in collaboration with local universities. If you could get human capital to draw from all of that to create some kind of regulatory body, you know, that would be perhaps feasible.
Thank you for answering the questions. So Koba, or if anyone else wants to raise a hand and cannot find the icon, you can post it in chat and I will unmute you and give you word for questions.
Sorry, I cannot raise my hand. I couldn't find that. So if I may say something very quickly. Julie, first of all, thank you very much for your contribution and for your willingness to help us in this process. My question was kind of similar to what Sona was asking. On the one hand, we want to do something along these lines because this is good practice, this is ethical, this is useful, especially if we want to do things internationally, as you said and Tim said. If you want to publish somewhere, this will become more and more required. And in that sense, we should not care about the lack of local requirements, and we don't. But my question was, if you knew of any cases where this was created kind of bottom up, research institutions got together and initiated something that was not legally required. And this is basically self-regulation, tying your own hands, because this will slow things down. This will make something impossible, something more expensive. So ultimately, you are serving to a big and remote goal, but you may harm short-term goals, especially in a situation when every penny counts, to put it very bluntly.
Right.
So do you know cases like that?
I don't, but to be fair, I haven't looked for any. So, and in my world, because we are so bureaucratized in the US, like it would be very, I would have to look far. I know that, some countries have very rigid requirements. Like, for example, China and Rwanda both have rigid rigid processes for people coming from outside, and then also people conducting research, social science research inside. So it's not just medical, it's in the social sciences. But then it's also about controlling a political message, right? And so with the particular sorts of regimes, governments use these sorts of ways to suppress science as opposed to regulate morality, right? So it's a kind of bitter two-edged sword in those contexts. And where the Caucasus would sit in that, I imagine we could all contemplate. I don't have an answer for you. I think that, I mean, you know, frankly, as I've thought about it, especially for CRC, I think the most important thing for the organization of CRC and all those involved in it, especially since you're kind of chasing grants, chasing researchers as a nonprofit, and you live kind of like by the grant money that you get, showing awareness, showing certified awareness of what the ethics are, ethical standards for all the vendors that you engage with. So if you're doing work with an EU grant, that you understand GDPR and you abide by those regulations. And if you're doing work for the USAID or something, that you understand the health and human subjects regulations that the federal government has in the United States of America. I think that's like baseline stuff, and that's fairly straightforward and probably fairly cost effective to do. There are a number of free trainings, online trainings that you could conduct. I could help conduct trainings. So those are kind of baseline, fairly cheap. Then there's the process of creating, as you say, an infrastructure or a process. I think depending the extent to which you get buy-in from others, it could be cheaper, right? I mean, if someone came in and helped create the checklist. I mean, basically what regulation is a checklist. What kind of research are you doing? What is the risk of the study? What are the benefits of the study? How have you mitigated the risks? And that itself doesn't have a lot of cost, except that you need buy-in, but from the scholars themselves and participation. In the US, there's a generation of scholars who are still in colleges who just hate this. They think it's absolutely ridiculous. It's a waste of time. It's all about litigation. It's also stupid. And then there's a new generation who's just used to it, and they're, like whatever. So it's that generational shift. As Tim mentions, I think the more that journals require these kinds of things, and that creates an obstacle for regional publication, you'll find more and more buy-in from your scholars, because in order to get into that world, then they need to abide by this. Although I have to say, there's probably a way to convey to the journal that you don't live in a body that requires that. And so that you could probably publish without that, at least in any of the Western journals, because they know that it comes from regulations. No one outside the US should have IRB approval, because they only exist in the United States of America. So for federally funded grants by law. So you could just write up and say, I don't need IRB approval for this, and still get published. But it does, have implications for the overall conduct of the kind of thing. I think, it's nice that Ilya is working on this. I think that is really good. I think the more institutions get involved, the more you can build a consortium of that among interested people, then, there may be ways to diminish the cost. But yeah, you create a bureaucracy, and you got to have people who create forms and maintain it. And it does take resources at a time when resources are scarce. And so I'm very sympathetic to the point. Yeah. Maybe automating it in somehow. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I was just checking YouTube, no comments there. So let's wait a bit, like maybe half a minute or so, and see if anyone wants to comment, may ask a question. Okay, so if there are no more questions, then I would like to thank you, Professor George, for the presentation, for answering questions, for being so supportive of research in the South Caucasus and in Georgia in particular. And I would like to ask Dato David Sichinava, the research director of CRRC-Georgia, to take the floor and say some of the concluding remarks for our conference.
Mariam, thanks so much. Yeah, thanks. As they say, all good things end. And I mean, I would say that this conference definitely was a success. Initially, we were very hesitant when we planned when we started preparing for the conference, and we sent out the call and received and accepted our participants. So we actually weren't thinking about any COVID situation, or wouldn't even think that we would do this remotely, online, virtually. So, and basically when the COVID situation got worse, we were kind of facing this dilemma whether we need to cancel the conference at all or just do something else. We had the experience that many conferences actually canceled their events. For instance, Nationalities conference got canceled, like AAG, the big geography conference, also got canceled, and we actually were thinking not to doing the same. But thanks God, we didn't do that, and I'm very happy that this conference actually worked out. We were unsure until the very last moment, to be honest, and so it's been. But I'm happy that these worries were futile. So I just want to say thank you to people who were invested in this event. Of course, Mariam just kind of worked really hard to make this happen, and like took her time over the weekend as well. And basically the reason why this conference actually worked, of course, this is Mariam. I really want to thank our colleagues at CRRC Armenia and CRRC Azerbaijan. They were very much invested into all stages of organizing this conference, starting from just brainstorming ideas, selecting participants, looking at them, and suggesting also suggesting the roundtables and discussing who would we suggest to be our keynote speakers, and of course they were like very much for organizing. So they were the ones who convinced us convinced us to have them the conference. And of course, I mean, other people at CRRC offices also really contributed to this fact. I want to say thank you to our keynote speakers, Professor George, Professor Olafin. They took time, and I mean, I know that it's a little bit kind of problem with time zones, but I mean, thank you so much for your contribution. I want to say thank you, of course, to all the participants who were very supportive and actually, replied to my annoying emails and kind of send all the documentations, all their abstracts and presentations. And of course, thanks goes to the roundtable participants yesterday and today. They actually made this conference to be a methods conference, really a methods conference, correct? So it's we actually corresponded our both initial kind of ideas to have this as a methods conference and to have to focus on academic work as well. So we hopefully we managed that. And of course, the goal of this conference is to give voice to local scholars that sometimes are lacking this voice, and CRRC conferences are, of course, a good outlet to do that. As an announcement, of course, on Wednesday, as Maria mentioned, there will be a work in progress series. I guess all the participants received an email, and I'm very much encouraged to participate and to plug into the discussion. It will be like super interesting, especially for those who wants to hear opinions about publishing, about academic work in this region. The last but not the least, so we mentioned, I think the red line for this conference, of course, is the existence of Caucasus Barometer Survey. And we announced that we presented the results of Caucasus Barometer surveys. And of course, as usual, we make this data available free of charge on our website. We think that Caucasus Barometer is a public good, and we very much encourage all the interested stakeholders to use this data either via our online analysis tool, caucasusbarometer.org, or via specialized software. So we have all the documentation there, data sets in different formats, and of course, past waves of Caucasus Barometer surveys are available. So I very much, I would take this opportunity to advertise Caucasus Barometer to all of you. And again, thanks so much. Thank you so much for this very exciting 2 days. It was quite hard to concentrate on all the panels, but I think all of them were very interesting and gave us more to think, and of course also contributed to new ideas, maybe new partnerships, and we hope that it was useful for all the participants and also for CRRC organizations. Thanks so much, and next year we are inviting, of course, everyone to our 7th CRRC Methods Conference that will be held in Tbilisi next summer. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.